Thank you. Welcome to the NEA NEA funded Arts Education Relief Grant review panel. This is panel 1. We will be reviewing applications with organization names that start with A through E for anyone in the public. If you're looking for a different panel, if you go to the austintexas.gov/arts-relief, arts-education-relief-grant, it will take you to our webpage where you can click the link to join the other panel, which is reviewing applications with organization names F through Z. So if you think you're in the wrong spot, that's where you can go to find the correct link. So welcome today. I'm going to do a brief sort of intro and talk about how the panelists are presenting the information they've received in the reviewed applications. Of course, now I've just closed my window that had my notes. So give me 1 second to pull that back up. Okay, here we go. My name is Anne-Marie McCaskill-Davis, and I am the Cultural Funding Specialist Senior with the City of Austin Cultural Arts Division. Hello and welcome, everyone. Let's see. For anyone watching, here is how to adjust your view. If you are wanting to see all the panelists on your device, select the grid view. To find the layout option, you can go to the top right corner and select the layout, and you'll see the option for grid view. Attendees will all be muted with videos off for this webinar. A recording of this session will be shared online once it is available. If you have any questions about this panel, please email culturalfunding@austintexas.gov to submit any questions that you have. I work for the City of Austin Cultural Arts Division and am administering the Arts Education Relief Grant for the city. I'd like to also introduce my facilitator, Justin Parsons. He is here to help us facilitate this application process. Justin, did you want to say 1 or 2 words?
Good morning, everyone. Justin Parsons, the Equity Division Coordinator with the City of Austin Economic Development Department. I am excited to be here with this panel of these applications.
Thank you. All right, so the panelists have reviewed all of the applications before today. They've already provided written comments and scores that are all tentative at this moment. They are welcome to change their comments and scores during this session as they hear and participate in the discussion for each application today. Each application is given 10 minutes for review. As we approach that deadline, I'll start giving a 3, a 2, a 1-minute warning that we're coming to an end. However, it may not take the full 10 minutes to discuss an application. We will stop the recording and the timer if we run into any technical difficulties. Panelist comments will repeat at a minimum unless there's something really important that they want to reiterate. Panelists are not scoring on a consensus, so some panelists may have diverging opinions, and that's completely fine. They will not be announcing a numeric score. They're going to be providing overall application comments that align with the established review criteria that was provided in the program guidelines, which you can find also on the Arts Education Relief Grant website. They should not be basing any scores on information that's not connected to the rubric. So for example, we are not don't allow a panelist to take in to consideration hearsay, or also there's something like financial need is not a consideration of the rubric, so that is not something that should be taken into consideration. Panelists are allowed to use firsthand experience of the applicant and or have reviewed the applicant's website, but that is not required of them. If a panelist has a conflict of interest, they will recuse themselves from the live review and by turning off their cameras and their microphones, and then they won't be invited to turn their cameras back on until after we have completely reviewed the full application. For this group, there are no panelists who will be recusing themselves from review. All right, with that said, I think we're ready to begin. I need to set up my timer here really quickly. And we're going to go ahead and start with Artist Co. And let me turn on my timer. All right. So the first application up for review is Artist Co. Tinsy will be the primary and Julia will be the secondary. Tinsy, I will begin the timer once you begin speaking. And then Julia, once Tinsy has completed her comments, you may begin. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good day, I'm Tinsy and Artist Co. I'm just going to start by reading a little bit from their application regarding their mission statement for context. So it says that Artist Co. established in 2005 is a nonprofit dedicated to advancing education in the arts within the Austin community. It continues to read, our mission is to enhance access to quality art education, studio resources, and exhibition opportunities for a diverse range of participants with a strong focus on teaching artists, students, and families. Our goal is to enrich Austin's educational landscape by offering accessible educational programming, studio spaces, and gallery experiences to the community. And it goes on to name some of their successful endeavors. So Artist Co. successfully operated 35 studios across 2 locations, benefiting over 50 artists and hosting numerous art exhibitions. And then they say, we have adapted to changing circumstances such as displacement in 2018 and the challenges posed by the pandemic. So their key constituencies are teaching artists, students, especially younger students. And historically, they say that they have provided sliding scale, a free or reduced fee programming for participants for their art workshops. And they've also provided grants along with those to help teaching artists live a living wage or get a living wage. So more recently in their service, it seems as though they have, it says in the past 12 months, hosted 25 art workshops supporting a diverse array of artists, including many who are women, BIPOC, and or from LGBTQIA plus communities. And it seems like they're expanding their offerings to target more of marginalized communities. However, their original mission seems to be more broadly all artists, all teaching artists within the Austin community. I know that since this grant is looking to empower communities that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure, I felt as though some of their targeting within their services seem to be more so of a catch-all. So it may have reached some of those constituencies that the grant is looking to target as a result thereby, but not as a result of like a targeted effort intention with the intention of reaching them specifically. So it seems like they do great work, and I really appreciated how their budget clearly was dedicating over 50% to of the grant funds that they may receive to teaching artists, and their language accessibility, how they're, you know, having some languages that are beyond just Spanish as well, available upon request, and that they also beyond the upon request that they're working towards more accessibility. That was a nice thing to see. And you know, if there's any other comments, feel free to chime in.
Yeah, I concur with everything Tensi said. I think I noticed the same things about the application and the organization. I was curious about how they share the studio space, and what that process is like for them. And I just looked at their website a little bit, and there's a very, very broad application for studio space that doesn't ask any questions about specific communities that artists applying for it might be a part of. And that's just to underscore the fact that I think that they are reaching people that are that this grant is hoping to target, but that it is more of a broad mission. But with that in mind, I do think that the question of space for artists in Austin is a very important one. And so I think kind of, you know, I would like to see them target that a little bit more actively, perhaps. And likewise, I noticed that with the ADA accessibility, their space, because it's a space-based application, their space is ADA accessible, but I wasn't sure if there are like programs that they have specifically for that constituency or not. And the same goes for language. It's the language question, I think, in this one is interesting because it's visual arts and those kinds of things don't necessarily need language translation, but the space being available to that and having people there and materials present would be a help, I think. And I think that's it for my notes.
I would invite Patrick or Nicole. Did you have any thoughts or feedback?
The only comment I noticed is they have an interesting shared leadership model, and I appreciated learning a little bit about that. But I noticed that less than half their leadership, as far as what information they shared in the application, are BIPOC, and the creative community or other staff demographics were left out. So knowing things like that would be really supportive of the application.
And I'll kind of just piggyback off of what Tensi was saying as well, that this is an awesome program that seems to have a big wide net instead of a very focused spear on the constituents that we're trying to reach with this grant. And so I think overall it was a great program, but I would like to see a little more targeted, you know, who are the artists, not just diverse, but tell us who these people are.
Thank you. So we'll give you a moment. I think we have a couple minutes left. So we'll give you a moment to finalize your scores. If you want to move on to the next one.
Yep, just give us a thumbs up when you're done updating your scores. See, Julia, you're all good? Okay, great. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Connect her. Julia is the primary and Patrick is the secondary. Julia, I'll start the timer whenever you begin speaking and start whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Connect Her is an organization where their main project is a film festival that focuses on elevating stories of women and girls that are part of local communities of color and of the global diaspora from the diaspora of the global South, and immigrants. And so the basis of their application talks about the film festival where they are focused on elevating those voices and having those stories told of what they describe first as women and girls and second as people of the global South. And the way that they wrote their application to target more of a local situation is that they are starting and have started film clubs at schools in the Austin area that are serving those populations. I do think that this application explicitly targets the communities that are at risk of displacement in Austin, because it is focused on girls and women of color. What I think is interesting about that is that they are kind of creating these clubs for film in places where that niche might not exist already, in the Austin area, and in places that might otherwise be predominantly white spaces. For example, they noted a club starting in the Westlake area that is focused on like one person who was involved in the program brought it there. So I think that those impacts for that community could be quite large in that way. And this is an organization that was founded and majority led by BIPOC women mostly. And because it is a film festival, they do address the fact that it's all ADA compliant, but they do not have specific things mentioned about any other accommodations for that population of people, like ASL or things like that. I think they do mention subtitles being part of their film festival because things are in such language diversity, that they have translations available, but not necessarily sign interpretation or things like that weren't explicitly considered in this in their application. The other thing that I noticed is that the budget is a brief explanation, and I would have liked to see more explanation of how this specific bucket of funds would be used for them. It does sound like in their narrative that most of the funds would be going specifically towards these clubs that they're creating. So that would mean that these funds are going to BIPOC women and girls in schools, mostly secondary, I believe, to create these clubs that kind of build on this film festival organization. So overall, I think the main thing that I would like to see them say more explicitly is that because they put women and girls first, that's kind of a different marginalized group than what this grant is specifically trying to reach. and they do combine them, but I wonder if it's as explicit for them.
Thank you, Julia. And yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat. I think what this group is doing is awesome. It's got that local, very local base, but also an international reach. And the targeted demographics, I think, are right on. I think it's so good that they're giving a voice, giving a voice that can be amplified. I did not see much as the ADA. I think they use the Dale Fine Arts Center, which they say is ADA compliant, but I would like to see a little bit more adapting. How can y'all better adapt to the needs of the people with disabilities? On top of that, I think it's awesome how they request that all films are done in their native language. I think that gives a special little extra sauce to it. I was a little unclear of the budget. I see that it does go to the schools, but in what capacity? Is this going mostly for supplies, PPE, if that's still a thing in some of the campuses? So I would have liked to see a little more description of how these funds are being used. And overall, I think this was a great mission that they have here.
Yeah, I would like to add also that I think they are a good investment in the local community while they're thinking globally, and I think that's an interesting twist that we might not necessarily see very often in these types of arts organizations.
Thank you both for that. I hope you look forward to Tennessee and Nicole.
Whenever I was looking through their mission, I thought it was really beautiful that they were representative, especially in their cultural leadership of their key constituency, which is, it seems to be like women and girls all around the world and in Austin. And certainly other marginalized communities. But one thing that I noticed, like with the places that they had their film festival, it may not be the best targeting for the to get the majority of students that happen to be at risk of more immediate cultural erasure. So in my thinking, when it came to the key constituency and their impact of service, I thought it, of course, what they're doing is amazing. And I felt like for the purpose of the grant, I wished that it was a little bit more like honed in with certain programs to reflect that, okay, where you are going is actually meeting that need. Because you're doing great stuff, but to have that be reflected in the application, especially if that's what's taking place in reality. And then of course, echoing about the budget and the accessibility, thought that how they went beyond the language accessibility, just general requirements and standards was amazing for the community as well. That's all I got.
Final 2 minutes.
No additional comments.
So go ahead and adjust the scores or finalize the scores for on 2 minutes.
Is everybody ready to go to the next application? All right, next up is Anthropos Arts. Let me reset my timer. Patrick is the primary and Nicole is the secondary. Patrick, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer.
Excellent. All right, Anthropos Art. I'm going to read their mission statement and some of their stats, then I'll get into my comments here. So Anthropos Art is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to connect low-income youth with professional musicians, cultivating confidence, integrity, and life skills through musical instruction and mentorship. Our students get free instruction and mentoring from some of the best artists in the country. In each of their partner Title I schools, students who are economically disadvantaged make up around 95% of the student population. At-risk students, 60 to 89%, and English language learners, about 34 to 78%. And 100% of students come from low-income families, and the typical cohort is 85% Latinx, 14% African-American, ages 13 through 18. I really enjoyed reading what this was about. Let me get over to my notes here. The story behind this, I think, gave this organization so much more power. So this was founded in 1998 by local bassist Dylan Jones. And I think he summarized it so well why he wanted to start this. So when he started doing, private lessons, workshops in schools, he says, when talking with these kids, low-income area kids, he quickly realized the gross disconnect between the vibrant music scene of Austin and the people who actually lived in the city. It became apparent to him that the world of great live shows, free concerts, and legendary musicians living down the street were all but unknown to these families. And so we have a very clear why. Why did this organization come into being? And I'll say I gave this one very high marks across the board. I think by getting professional musicians that represent the constituents, and these are the local top touring Grammy award-winning musicians in Austin. And so they partner these musicians with the students from these communities, giving them that mentorship, giving them that vision that they can do this. Budgeting wise, they have given over $1 million in wages to Austin's top local touring Grammy award-winning artists. And I like that they zero in so specifically on the constituents, the youth, that the music selections properly reflect the youth, cumbia and hip hop. I mean, that summarizes it right there. Let me get back into the notes here. Let's see. The leadership board, I feel, definitely reflects the low-income homes, Spanish speaking. They reflect that demographic. They have accessibility. The cohort mentors and teachers are experienced in developmental disabilities and helping those students with the best instructional practices. So I think they are definitely targeting, pretty much they are targeting the English second language learners, the fact that they are doing above and beyond what is just required for the ADA federal guidelines. I do like that their website and marketing materials are available in Spanish. So that right there is, yeah, there's a very definite, clear goal on who they're trying to reach. And the funds are being used directly to pay for the teaching artists, the lessons in schools. And so I think overall, this was a very clear mission statement that is focused on what this grant is all about, reaching those that are at risk of cultural erasure and giving pretty much power and voice to the voiceless. I'll pass it over now to Nicole.
I'm glad you brought attention to the budget, because this is a moment of reflection. I did not read it as the funds going directly to pay teaching artists. I see that they mention it will cover administrative fees. So the funds toward direct student services with a request for $25,000 in support of the fall summer instrumental lessons, master classes, and the cover administrative fees. So I just a little more information as to unpack what it takes to fund the instrumental lessons and master classes, and if it was going to your teaching artists, be really a simple direct line to let us know how much the teaching artists are costing out of the $25,000. you know, for me to feel confident of that the majority of the funding is going towards teaching artists. But other than that, my comments were aligned. Very impressive organization, and uh, I really appreciate that they say our teachers are trained in and experienced with um, giving access to individuals from the disability community and to find each student's most effective learning style and methodology. That just shows the understanding from program delivery to leadership of the needs of being inclusive and accessible. In cultural leadership, I did have a note, though. It's they represent well through their creative team, but they don't mention how leadership and power is shared. The power of the leadership and power of the organization was communicated, as well as the number of board members. I actually checked the website and the numbers don't match. They gave demographics for a few of their members, but not all of them. So I was just kind of curious as to maybe the website just needs to be updated, or maybe they could be more transparent in their demographics of the board and other leadership. You know, how are your communities being represented in decision making of the organization? And those are my comments.
Thank you, Nicole. Any additional comments?
I think that the budget section of this is pretty much the only place that gave me pause about this application, because I would like to see more explanation to know. I think I was making an assumption from their description that direct program costs include paying teaching artists, but I would like to see that more clearly stated from them. And I also noticed, I do like that they are serving the Austin area and those communities that we're trying to target, and that they are specifically serving places like Manor areas where those populations are getting displaced too. So I liked that.
Yeah, same for me. I was just pleased to see that from their founding, they were already in the Title I schools, and that was where they started to really dive in and dig in. And that a lot of this organization, how they presented in the application, and also to me, it also matched up with their website, that just from beginning to end, just the consistency with their mission and their key constituencies, and those key constituencies that they are having the history of service being reflecting of what I feel like the goal of this grant is, of the immediate cultural erasure or displacement, those populations. So same note on the budget, if it maybe mentioned the number of teaching artists and their rate, I feel like I would have been a little bit more comfortable as well with that particular one, but everything else, great work.
Thank you all. And I would just add a bit, as I was looking through it, to kind of echo what Nicole was saying. Looking at the cultural leadership, I don't know if I'm just misreading it, but some of the numbers didn't make sense for that cultural leadership. So it looks like there is a wide range of diversity from a racial aspect, but also from an age aspect. But it looks like we're missing a couple of graphics for those people. So appreciate you guys on that one. And Maria, we are ready to finalize those scores and move on to the next.
All right, I'll give y'all a couple more seconds to make any adjustments to your scores. And then we're going to move on to our next application, Dance Africa Fest. Nicole will be our primary and Tensi will be our secondary. Nicole, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer.
Thank you. Okay, Dance Africa Fest. They provide the opportunity for Austin and Central Texas communities to experience, explore, and engage in music and movement of the African and Black diaspora. Their mission is to offer artistic and educational activities that celebrate traditional, contemporary, social, imaginative, gestural, pedestrian, and physical exploration of dance and music of the African and Black diaspora. Their vision is to celebrate the rich cultural and historical heritage of global Black dance, and they're pretty clear with their constituencies while wanting to reach families, seniors, and communities of color, particularly Black, African, African American, and Brown communities, expatriates living in the US, and with specific educational programming for students, novices, and hobbyists. I think they're really articulate with understanding who they're serving and how they're delivering their programming to. In addition, they explain the creatives that they are hoping to uplift, employ, and educate, connect, and network with. And they have a pretty, they were founded in 2014, and they explain the growth and expansion of the countries in Africa that they bring tradition and dance from, and how they've grown to include vendor markets and different things in the Austin community. Their history of service in the application is pretty extensive, and it was really nice to see their program goals, their community service goals, and their arts ed goals articulated well. They are mostly delivering traditional and innovative dance workshops, and they in their supportive documentation, they do kind of highlight the exceptional teaching artists that are hired and the diversity of the type of tradition, the type of dance, and their backgrounds, as well as their national origin that they're bringing to educate the community in culture and history. So overall, the application is a very strong and direct application as far as I've read. They answered many of the questions, come almost, right exactly what we were wondering and what our rubric is formed. So I appreciated the straightforward, from cultural leadership to their budget, but their accessibility is something that I did notice. They only listed ADA accessibility, and with dance and especially working with students, I think we would like to hear how they, especially if they're hiring teaching artists from different backgrounds, maybe contract work, maybe not employees, what is the process of training teaching artists in dance, in movement, to reach different students and constituencies with different abilities and neurodivergence? I think that I'm sure it's there, just based, understanding how they're delivering and what workshops and the nature of dance, but it should be really a simple adjustment to articulate that part, the educational part. Otherwise, their language accessibility, by the nature of including different cultural backgrounds, they're really cognizant of needing to reach their communities in the languages that come from the origins of dance, as well as Austin specifically, who are attending the festival. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, and I definitely came to the similar conclusion whenever I was reviewing the ADA aspect, more the attentiveness to accessibility for individuals with disabilities. And I noticed that was an area for improvement with this application, but that honestly, when it comes to the mission and the cultural leadership being a one-person show, that was definitely representative of the goals of the grant, in my opinion. That it was targeting the populations that are at risk of immediate cultural erasure directly and predominantly. And one thing that I did notice as well is that I appreciated in the budget that it clearly outlined the use of funds for teaching artists, and that the majority of the grant funds would be going toward it, and the rates that the artists would be paid, and how many artists. That was helpful to see. that level of detail in the budget. I also thought that for the language accessibility, although they did not have or seem to have a history of having interpreters or certain language accessibility on hand, that they were planning on hiring interpreters and a wide array that was representative of the key constituencies and American Sign Language and Spanish and certain African languages as well, just to really get that clear understanding from the participant to the artist and everyone in between. So I thought that that intention was good, that it was beyond the just upon request that it was going to be included in the future programming. Yeah, so overall, great.
You will turn the floor to Patrick and Julie.
I think if they add that component for the ADA, you know, there's such a new avenue they could take with that. Being in the dance community for over 20 years now, you know, I've seen dancers with disabilities who are better than people with all abilities. So I think that's definitely something there that they can unlock, and it would be such a great thing to see.
Yeah, I don't have any additional comments. I think y'all covered everything I thought.
So we'll allow a moment to finalize those scores. Anybody to walk that before we go on to the next one?
All right. If everyone's ready, we'll go ahead and move on to the next application. American Artist Project is next. Tensi will be the primary and Patrick will be the secondary. Let me reset the timer. All right, Tensi, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll begin the starter or the timer.
Just pulling it up on my end. Okay, so just to give a brief overview of the American Artists Project in regards to their mission. The American Artists Project, or AAP, is dedicated to investing in underrepresented creative communities and producing world-class programs. It says, we focus on funding performance and education opportunities, especially for those under-resourced and underrepresented, and strive to create a diverse creative environment. Their vision is around creating more of a diverse global community that represents on stage through telling meaningful stories of underrepresented voices. And it says that they are committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in the arts, fostering a safe and welcoming space for all. So their key constituencies listed in the application are underrepresented communities, specifically individuals from underrepresented backgrounds, people of color, LGBTQIA plus community, and the disability community, young artists as well. They provide professional development for underrepresented middle school and high school students, especially in like various arts related fields. And then in regards to LGBTQIA community participants, they also offer programming specific, such as Sing Joy. They offer programming in the realm of individuals with disabilities, such as Neurodivergent Community is the name of one of their programs for neurodivergent and disabled individuals on any scale. And then, of course, they also strive to reach Latinx community through programs like Somos, to celebrate the culture, and economically disadvantaged communities through programs like Free Soul. And then, okay, so those are their key constituencies. When it came down to their particular application, some things that I noticed. First off, I thought that their mission was right on point with the intention of the grant, whereas seeking to focus on the underfunded, the underrepresented, and specifically that they are targeting communities that are more at risk of cultural erasure, like the Latinx, the BIPOC communities that are more economically disadvantaged or at risk. Thought that was great to see the intended programs to attract even, the Black audience in Austin. And when it came to their cultural leadership, something that was my impression from their application and website was that it was less than a majority of their board and staff may be representative of like having that cultural understanding and lived experience of the communities that they're seeking to serve, especially when it came to cultural erasure and that immediate risk. So I feel like that may be something that factored into how I looked at their application as a whole. And then with their history of service, I thought that was great that they evolved into serving more at-risk populations at risk for immediate displacement. And it was cool to see their programs like the Young Artist Program and how mentorship and all of that was sprouting from their founding. So some things that I also thought were pretty great highlights were the accessibility. I felt like they went beyond the ADA standards and beyond just upon request language translations to offer bilingual materials, et cetera, and that their budget itself was going to be compensating teaching artists with at least 50% of the award. However, I wish that there was more of a deeper breakdown of how many teaching artists, what rates, et cetera. So that's all my comments.
Right, piggybacking here, let me get my notes. Same thing. I like that they have programs directly focused on specific constituents. The Somos, Singjoy, those are very directed, which I think is great and reflects the constituents that this grant is trying to fund. As far as the cultural leadership, I do like that they have a majority BIPOC. It's 66% according to their information here. 78% of that being female and 33% being LGBTQIA. And so just from my perspective, I think that gives a little leverage to the BIPOC. But yeah, I would like to see a little bit more representation there. But the fact that they do have over 50%, I do like that. And that is it for my comments here.
Again, open it up to the floor. I'm not sure how much more. I'll open it up to.
I think I just noted that I appreciate that they are founded with DEI and the arts in mind. That's central to their mission, and having accessibility for the key constituents we're targeting here. I think that's the only additional note that I have.
Anything additional, Nicole?
I just noticed that they, for that being their central to their mission, in their cultural leadership explanation, they really only covered the board. So they don't include executive or creative leadership representation, and how that they represent their constituency or how power is shared with their constituents. So that would be an area of improvement as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you for that. Anybody else have any other comments, feedbacks, thoughts? A second to finalize the scores. Before we move to the next one. That was doing a great job.
We're going to give you a couple more seconds to wrap up your scores. And then we'll move on to the last application before our first break. Everybody ready to go? Excellent. Great. Dance Waterloo is up next. Patrick is our primary and Julia is our secondary. Let me reset the timer. All right, Patrick, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer.
Alrighty, let me get their mission up here. Alrighty. Dance Waterloo's mission is to cultivate, create, and perform interdisciplinary methods of dance for the community through public space, education, and collaboration. Dance Waterloo's vision is for Austinites to revitalize the perspective of public spaces in their community and for new audiences to encounter dance that is approachable, affordable, and accessible. They invite the public to act as both observer and participant through performances and community dance programming. Their key constituents are Austinites of all ages and abilities, and their programs have been presented in numerous spaces around Austin in an effort to bring dance education to all, but particularly to those who may not be able to afford opportunities to engage with dance. Get over to my notes here. Some of the goals that I don't think they've been reached yet was they were hoping to expand their accessibility resources such as bilingual teaching artists and employing ASL interpreters, specialized programming, and so forth. Overall, I think this is a very broad, very broad program that doesn't really directly focus and zero in on the constituents that this grant is looking for. I did give a bit of a lower score overall on this. There was no current focused adaptations for accessibility. Their future goals include Spanish interpreters. So I'm taking that as right now there is none provided for that community. There was really no budget breakdown of how much money is going to be used for the admin, teaching artists. And so overall, I thought this was a very cool concept. You know, it's just a very broad concept that I don't think there's an explicit mission to focus on the underrepresented communities that are at risk of cultural erasure. Let me see what else here. I did not see a strong sense of focus on adapting the programs for the BIPOC community. Their leadership reflects BIPOC and LGBTQIA communities. I just didn't see in this grant and in the writing that there was a very targeted focus on that, since it was a very broad net. No historical budget or proposed breakdown of how the funds would be used. So overall, I think this program has a huge potential because they do have some good partnerships with like Waterloo Greenway. And I would just like to see more of that explicit existence for the communities that I think this group does represent. Let me see if I have anything in here. And with that, let me see if I had any other notes that I put here. Yeah, so I did give it a pretty low score, mostly for the accessibility for both language and disability communities. as well as the budget. I did not see a very detailed budget breakdown of how the funds will be used. And with that, I relinquish it over to, I think, Nicole.
It's me.
Oh,
I definitely have similar notes to Patrick. I think it's nice to see dance education specific organization. However, it is not, there's no specific mention of serving communities that are at risk of erasure in Austin. And I thought it was interesting to note that it's not specifically mentioned as targeting low income communities, but it is a free dance program that does end up serving that population. So I think that could have been more clearly stated in the application and in just talking about the organization. They do mention having teaching artists and board members that are part of the BIPOC community. And it is good. I think that their goal is to hire more in that area, especially for Spanish speaking and other language diversity. I guess to me, it's a little bit unclear what these funds would be used for specifically. I would have liked to see more detail there about like the breakdown of what's going to teaching artists, although I think it implies that all of the funds are going to teaching artists. And aside from that, I would have liked to see more of a breakdown or specific narrative about what their plan is for this, and like if it's specifically for classes or performance or things like that. So I think, like Patrick said, there's a lot of potential and a lot of good intention here, but could have been way more specific and targeted for kind of what we're looking for with this grant. I did note that they do have specific plans and have some history with serving specialized communities as far as accessibility goes. So that was a good thing in my mind, and that they have plans for Spanish and ASL interpretation. But yeah, could have used more specifics about the areas we're looking for.
Are there any other thoughts or feedback to provide? Lindsay, did you have any that you want to provide?
I feel like whenever I reviewed this application, it basically echoes what Patrick and Julia were mentioning. I would have loved to have seen some of the similar things in regards to their service being more targeted to what the grant is looking for. It's great that, you know, by what they have done, they have been able to reach some of the audience that happens to be at risk of cultural erasure and displacement. But I just wish that more of, if they are doing more targeted things, that was reflected in the application. Yeah, so same thing from me.
Cool. Thank you all. We'll give you a moment to finalize your scores here. Emery, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. That brings us to our first break of the morning. Let's be back here. It's 15 minutes, so let's be back at 11:15. Welcome back to the Arts Education Relief Grant Review Panel. This is panel group 1. We are reviewing applications A through E, with the exception of one, Texas Folklife, which will be the last one we'll be reviewing at the very end of the day. The next application up for review is Austin Russian Speaking Theater Company. Julia will be the primary and Nicole will be the secondary. I've got the 10-minute timer set up and ready to go. So Julia, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer.
Okay, yeah, so this is the Austin Russian Speaking Theater Company. Their mission is to preserve and promote Russian culture, and they serve immigrant communities and people that are from that area of the world coming to Austin who want to still be part of Russian culture. And their mission talks about their goal of having their kids involved and keeping that culture alive in their new communities here. So that is their central mission. I don't think that their mission specifically addresses groups that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure in Austin. However, they are serving a group of people that are experiencing and have experienced other forms of marginalization as immigrants and as English language learners. They do talk about how they have sort of expanded in given recent global political events and with the influx of Ukrainians in the area and creating a space for that group of displaced people. So I do think that that is important, and they definitely serve a purpose for a group of marginalized people. You know, I guess I was just like trying to think about how that really fits in with exactly what this grant is trying to reach. But it still is providing a space for that type of person who needs support and maybe doesn't have that in other places. They are don't necessarily have specific plans for some of the other things that we're looking for in this grant as well, such as ADA adjustments. It is a theater group, so I think they are in an ADA compliant space, but there are no specific mention of things outside of what is legally required for events and practices like that. They also do have specific plans for language interpretations. They talk about having translation because their theater uses multiple languages. And then, I didn't note if there was specific things about having like sign interpretation and things like that. So I might have to go back and check that. And then as far as their budget, I think that it might be a little off from what we're looking for this grant. It sounds like the vast majority of their funds that they have laid out would be going towards venue rental and not necessarily to teaching artists. And it definitely does not mention things going towards BIPOC populations or teaching artists or people who are what we've defined as at immediate risk of cultural erasure for this grant. So those are my main notes about it. I think it's kind of a tricky one, but I'm not sure if it really gets at what we're looking for.
I would agree. You kind of read a lot of my comments. I'm kind of in the same boat and coming from it from the same perspective. I think that it's definitely addressing displacement and cultural erasure, but it's not specifically of the Austin community necessary at large in the way that we're looking for in this grant. And in that way, something that is meant to be inclusive can accidentally or indirectly become exclusive in that there's not an acknowledgement or accessibility, effort made to connect the Austin community with a specific demographic, such as Russian speaking and Ukrainian immigrants. And so that bridge from the community to like the larger community and communities at risk of displacement and cultural erasure within Austin is something that the organization can start to focus on if they're, interested in that kind of accessibility and finding funding such as this specific grant. Yeah, I made a note about the budget and specifically ADA accommodations that, even within such a narrow or specific niche of constituents, we still aren't addressing within Russian speaking immigrants and Ukrainian and other European immigrants that they're working with, any neurodivergence or students with disabilities, how they work and support that group of constituents. And then I did want more information regarding their cultural leadership. I think that they didn't they could share more information about power sharing, how decisions are made, and again, I didn't see any BIPOC representation or people representing other underserved populations within Austin in their power structure and their leadership. So that's all I would have to add.
I think those are great comments, Nicole, and makes me think about how, while this organization does kind of serve a niche community of people that might in fact need support, they aren't like, I don't see anything in this about connecting to the broader community, or how they think about that, and how they think about sort of their place in Austin and how they could serve communities like that.
Oh, and the last thing I did also is regarding budget. I think it's communicated that teaching artists and creative staff are volunteers. And so it doesn't address how they would be paying any teaching artists or arts educators, which is central to the needs of this grant. So I did want to mention that I did come across that misalignment.
Thank you both. Let's see, Patrick, do you have anything to add? We have about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll there's a lot of wording that I see in several grants that just pop out for this one, particularly the accessibility, both language and disabilities. When the phrasing of we will be showing Russian, English, and Spanish subtitles, we will get this in the future. We don't know if that's going to happen. And so that's one pushback I have, and not just this grant, but several, where the we will is like, well, tell us what you have done. And that would kind of give a little more oomph to the grant itself. And just echoing what everyone says here, I think this is a wonderful, wonderful thing that this organization does give, especially for the tensions that are going on right now between Ukraine and Russia. And I do see that there's also Israeli members in this group. It is just a challenge because overall the center of this grant, while it is getting to a marginalized group here, is it the group that this grant is really trying to secure in Austin to save from displacement and so forth. But I think by opening the doors, by including the Spanish language, by including this, I think they could expand and there's lots of room for growth.
I did want to share just something that I noticed with this particular application. I thought that it was great that their mission was directly aligned with their cultural leadership and with the impact that they've had in their community. From my perspective, they've been able to reach the immigrants from Eastern European countries, and that's what they're all about. So ended up giving more of a medium high score for their especially their cultural leadership and key constituencies and how they're serving them. On the other end, whenever it comes to like the will do's and things for accessibility, how I worked through it was for proposed activities, that it would be something, if it's in their proposed activities that they're looking to do maybe in the near future, then in my eyes, I thought that that was something that, okay, cool, you're making efforts and you may get like a little higher of a,
That's time for this application, y'all.
yeah, that's all I got really.
Sounds good. Just a quick second to finalize scores. And then we'll move on to the next one, which I believe is Dance Another World. Is everybody good with their scores? Ready to move on? Cool. So Dance Another World, Nicole is primary and Tennessee is secondary.
Sure. So, Dance Another World was founded in 2014. It originated out of the founders' experiences teaching English and ballet at a university in Vietnam. The certified instructor taught dance to students who had never spoken English before, using a technique known as content-based instruction. And the context here is that in this experience teaching two populations, English majors and non-English majors, at the end of the teaching semester, the English was comparable for the two classes. And I think that that's really fascinating. And so the idea for this organization was born that so that through dance, students could better retain and practice their English when learning, as compared to traditional translation or language education. So Dance Another World is an English immersion program that uses these two techniques, content-based instruction and total physical response. It started in one elementary school and now is in partnership with other local nonprofits as well as multiple districts in Austin. The majority of their students are served qualify for free or reduced lunch, and 91% of the English language learners that they serve are considered low income in Austin ISD elementary schools. They read and write stories, so it's kind of a devised storytelling creative development program, and they are using creative movement to connect students who are not only wanting to learn English, but build their confidence and learn, typical SEL skills that are taught through creative youth development, respecting bodies, peers, and the arts in general. So a really great context is given, and I've noticed this throughout this application that a lot of context is given with each answer, but the answers that the rubric and the grant are specifically looking for aren't always hit on target. And so what I noticed is, for example, they state the organization, why it exists and that they're doing great here and there, and some of the information about some of the students, but the target constituents and the actual mission statement was hard to glean from the information that was shared as in my review of this application. Likewise, in their cultural leadership, the distribution and sharing of power and the actual demographics of the leadership of the organization was unclear for me. I appreciated that it's a woman-run organization and that she's strongly representative of the kind of immigrant and multi-ethnic students that she's trying to reach that are non-English, or English learners. But it's otherwise, other representation wasn't included or specified. I had a notes, I again, with this conversation about ADA accessibility and plans to diversify methods and programs, services accommodating our, community with disabilities, or neurodivergent students and learners. I appreciated that they have plans in the future, but it wasn't articulated what how education, how the actual educating part was going to be accommodating to these students. It's often, ADA accessibility and then electronics for alternative text or language, but the methodology in arts education for accessibility to neurodivergent or students that are differently abled. Again, what's your plan? If even if you're using these grant money, I would like to know, how do you educate and how do you reach? And then finally, I did appreciate the awareness of the need and the plan to approve as far as language accessibility goes. If you are an English immersion program, as I would like to know how much of your staff is multilingual, right? And what efforts and training for cultural responsiveness are being made. And then finally, it was not specified if the majority of the funding would go to teaching artists and educational staff wages, which is what I was looking for in, the budget portion of this application. So, I think that there's the basis, but they have some room to grow as far as applying to grants in this effort. There's a definitely qualification, but there needs to be a better communication and answering of the application for us to understand that they are meeting the qualifications.
Thank you, Nicole. So one thing that I noted for, I guess, working backwards, for the budget, there were some rates shared in terms of what they compensate instructors with, but I wasn't clear on exactly how the grant would be used as well, and what portion of the grant as a whole, and then how many instructors or teaching artists would actually be compensated. That would have been like a avenue for improvement as far as the budget. For language accessibility, I thought that it was pretty great in that they provide bilingual written communication, social media posts, and all sorts of things, and ASL interpretation for larger events. And their central technique of the context-based teaching was also a way of activating the accessibility and being able to reach non-English speaking audiences. So I thought that that was a shining moment. Same thing that was mirrored with what Nicole shared in terms of the ADA standards in terms of accessibility. One thing that I also came across was, even though they seemed not to quite be targeting majority of audiences or communities that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement, they were still, in my opinion, reaching some key constituencies that they established from their founding, which is the underserved, non-English speaking, otherwise marginalized. So they got, mid-high, in my opinion, for their history of service, regardless of that. But all in all, in terms of their cultural leadership, I felt like that was an area for improvement. They did have some key constituencies represented, but it seemed like they more so worked with than, in my opinion, than actually having the lived experience in some of the populations that we're looking to target. So those are my thoughts.
Under 2 minutes, but definitely still want to open it up to Julia, Patrick.
I like how Titsy said there are shining moments, and one shining moment that I really thought was cool in this was in the accessibility uh, or disabilities that they say right here that the program have always included performers and artists that are disabled themselves who send a powerful message to our students and audiences that their disability will not hold them back. So I think that was definitely a shining moment that they are actively engaging that diverse community, with abilities, disabilities, language, so forth. So they're actively engaging that, which I think that was a really cool little pop there.
Everybody mark their scores, finalize their scores, and we'll move on to Artly World shortly. Is everybody good? So we can move on to Artly World. Tennessee is primary with Nicole as secondary.
Okay, so for Artly World, just to give some background on their mission and key constituencies. So from their application, it reads, Artly World's mission is to empower communities by creating opportunities to engage in meaningful cultural experiences through the arts. We create an impact in the Austin community through educational arts programming that, one, provides opportunities for audiences to celebrate and develop greater appreciation for diverse cultural traditions, and two, provides opportunities for artists and performers representing Austin's diverse racial, ethnic, and cultural groups to share their work with our audiences. Since our organization's inception, our initiatives have focused on reducing financial barriers and increasing public access to culturally rich educational arts opportunities, especially for economically disadvantaged youth who might not otherwise be able to participate. On average, our youth programs serve between 100 and 200 children annually in the Austin area with free extracurricular arts classes during our 2022-23 season. Following the 2-year hiatus, we resumed in-person youth programming and served 104 children and 79 families. And they go on to detail some of the demographics of the participants from this past year. And it says 75% of families identified as being low income, living below 80% of Austin's median family income, 20% identified as being below the poverty line. They also share that their Young Explorers initiative deepens arts learning experience for participants by combining arts instruction and celebrations of cultural traditions and that are representative of diverse communities, and that in this past season, 15% of families identified as Black, 16 as Hispanic, and 12 as Asian. Okay, and then they go on to detail some of their events in there. So with this particular application, some things that I noticed between the application that they submitted and their website, what I was able to glean was that, although they are doing great work in low-income communities as a whole, it seems that with the percentages that they shared, that the percentage of impact in the communities at risk of immediate cultural erasure was less than what I initially would have thought. So they are meeting the marginalized populations, but I feel like that there's some room for targeting the communities that are at risk of more immediate displacement as well. And then as far as their cultural leadership, it seem like at least some of their organization's leaders between the board, et cetera, and other creative and administrative staff was a representative of their key constituencies, having grown up in more economically disadvantaged or low income households, or having some sort of experience. So, I mean, it wasn't the majority, but that could be a room for improvement moving forward. And then in terms of their history of service, I thought that it was pretty great overall, and that they were meeting their key constituencies of the low income families and students in their way through their offerings. As far as accessibility, quick note that they provide accommodations for sensory sensitivities. I thought that that was great, that they were going beyond just the ADA guidelines for facilities and diving a little deeper into at least one other accommodation that was across the board for their programming. Felt like there was some room for improvement when it came to their language accessibility, although they may have plans in the future for having more bilingual materials for Spanish speaking communities. And their budget was pretty clear to me, that over half was going to teaching artists, and that breakdown in my eyes was pretty clear. So those are my comments.
I observe this application pretty much the same. I applaud the effort of expanding their education, and I believe that based on the budget, to your point, that they can be more specific and target their demographic of low-income families. I think that's what they're applying for, which is to see. I share in the room for improvement as far as cultural leadership goes. The applicant didn't mention their board of directors or any other leadership that represent their key constituents beyond their ED. So I'm definitely shining a light on who the demographic makeup of their organization and program delivery is important to me. And then I echo what you said about language accessibility. In room for improvement, I mean, they definitely got the score for language accessibility, but I would note that an investment can be made in multilingual teaching artists as well as their cultural responsive training. Those are my notes.
Are there, from Patrick or Julia, any feedback that would differ from that you
I'm not sure I have much to add. I definitely echo the same reading that Tensi and Nicole had of this application, where it's BIPOC and founded and majority led, but I'm not sure that it targets the specific groups of people who are at immediate risk of cultural erasure in Austin right now. But that being said, it's I think their mission is aligning with that. So
Yeah, I think their mission is pretty targeted. The only thing that did pop up was the leadership. That for the executive director, they do kind of expand on the first generation immigrant, but then they don't really talk about much of the program director. And so I would like to see, what is the shared cultural or lived experience with the program director on this.
Thank you all for sharing. Making the necessary changes you need to. On to so I think it is. I believe everybody's good. We can move on to all rooms.
All right, thank you. Sorry about my internet went down and then suddenly had to reboot. So I'm back. Things are good. Things are operating. We'll go on to All Rhythms is next. Julia is the primary and Tinsy is the secondary. The timer is already set and ready to go. So Julia, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. All right, All Rhythms. This is an organization that's about Afro-Cuban music for communities of color and beyond in Austin. Their mission specifically states that their goal is to serve communities that are at risk of cultural erasure within Austin, and says that their goal is to establish lifelong learning habits and inspiration for underserved communities through music and arts programming, focusing on Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, which I think is great. And I think they go on to talk about how they serve those communities, but they're also bringing that cultural education specific to those cultures to those students. They were founded to serve communities at risk in Austin and like preserve that cultural heritage and talk about that type of culture and community with schools in Austin at large. And they did begin and still work in Title I schools. So they're targeting that population that we're looking for here. Their board of directors holds power as majority BIPOC, and the people that they have that are part of decision making and that are teachers for them are people who are deeply familiar with these communities in Austin and have worked and lived in those communities for a long time. And it talks about their teaching artists coming from those communities as well. The history of experience with working with the disabilities community is talked about as a core part of their programming, and that they have worked with a variety of schools and populations in Austin that serve that population of students, and work with organizations like ArtSpark and things like that that specifically serve people with varying physical and cognitive abilities. So it's cool to see their history and plans for that type of inclusion. They also broadly have specific experience and plans with bilingual, specifically English and Spanish groups and translations, which aligns with the group of students that they are most often working with and serving. And their staff and leadership are predominantly bilingual people who have also provided bilingual teaching and materials for them. And then as far as budget, I think it's a very clear breakdown of how they're going to spend these funds, and there is an appropriate amount of funds going to teaching artists and crew for the performances that they're talking about. And I appreciated that they are including crew as part of the teaching artist crew group there, because I don't think that's something that we necessarily see a ton of, that type of individual included in the way that we think about teaching artists. But they're just as important to the production of a musical performance of any kind. So yeah, I just liked that as a detail in their budget. Yeah, I think overall this application scored very highly from me. I think that they were very specific and very detailed and aligned with what this grant application was looking for. And although their I don't even know if he calls himself executive director, but their like main person that's writing this application and leading all rhythms is a white man. They are very skewed towards BIPOC and Latinx representation. And yeah, I think they serve that community well. And those are mostly my notes.
Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, I also had some high marks for this application for all the reasons that you mentioned, Julia. Something else I did want to highlight from their application that I thought was a note just for the language accessibility was favorable. That their classes and concerts and all the printed materials, everything was provided in Spanish and English. It wasn't just like on upon request thing. I thought that that was great. And then also you mentioned the partnerships that they had with other organizations. I thought that was a really good use of resources when resources may be more limited for organizations to partner and still get those needs met. And they also mentioned training teachers in arts educational methods for special education and life skill classes. So I thought that that was a shining moment for accessibility for individuals with other or different or disabilities in those communities. And then yeah, echoing everything else that was mentioned, I felt like the cultural leadership history of service, starting out with the Title I schools and that being like a big focus, and it all being really aligned with the intention of this grant, serving the populations that are at more of an immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement. I felt like that was pretty well represented in the application.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. So it looks like we have about 3 minutes left. Any additional or differing comments to add?
None here. Give them high scores. Really good application.
Perfect, good job. So everybody will mark down their scores or finalize those. If you need a moment, we will move on to the next one.
I'm gonna give everyone a couple more seconds. And then we'll get started with Austin Civic Orchestra Society. Patrick is the primary and Tinsy is the secondary. Let me reset the timer really quickly. All right, Patrick, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Great. Get my note. All right, so the Austin Civic Orchestra has been around since 1977, so they've got some history here. Their mission is to contribute to the arts education to area elementary students by partnering with art and music teachers and surrounding schools in unique ways. I do like that they offer 3 flagship programs, Paint to Music, Link Up, and Music Memory. I really like that the Paint to Music concept is a collaboration between the Austin Civic Orchestra and area elementary schools where students are given instructions by teachers and they paint to the music, pre-recorded music. I think that would be awesome for adults as well as a mental health type of thing. Let me see, the Music Memory program. Austin Civic Orchestra is the performing orchestra and the culminating AISD music memory event. Elementary music students spend months learning to identify composers and compositions of 20 pieces, and then they're invited by the AISD Music Administration, where the ACO provides live excerpts of the pieces of the concert, capping a wonderful learning experience for area students. Let's see here. Austin Civic Orchestra is an Austin staple. They provided great concerts, and I think if they were to strategically begin targeting ways to focus more on Title I youth, this is going to open up a lot of things. I am a big fan of the civic orchestra. I've been to concerts before, great music. Overall, I did give a pretty low score as far as language accessibility. There was no current adaptations or Spanish-focused programming. On the leadership side, there was no clear information provided as whether or not the board reflects the marginalized, underrepresented communities that this grant is looking to empower. On the budget side, 30% of fees have been located for artistic fees. I cannot really determine what those are. The majority of the grant would be used for admin fees. As far as the mission, it's a very cool method of exposing students in elementary schools to music. Title I schools are highly encouraged to participate. There's really no explicit focus on targeting this as the core central mission of this organization. So kind of looking at the whole, they've been around since 1977, and they began to evolve and to reaching out to these communities around 2016. So there is a pretty wide gap there, and I do applaud them for their evolving their new direction to try to be more inclusive of those communities. I just don't see that the over generalization of their mission is to focus solely on the marginalized and those at risk of cultural erasure. But I do think they are going in a great direction and hope they continue to reach out to those communities. And let me see if I had anything else. And that is about all that I have here. With the music, I'll say this, with the music, I think if they were to incorporate, with Title I schools, Hispanic Heritage Month, building concert series around that kind of thing to be truly more inclusive and, bringing those audiences, getting that Spanish, maybe a Spanish speaking guest director to jump on board. So I think those kind of things would make this a truly more inclusive program. And I yield.
Thank you, Patrick. Overall, in terms of this application, I felt like they, of course, they've been around and been serving in the Austin community and have had awesome programming and things of that nature. But I also felt like, mirroring what you said, Patrick, that it doesn't quite align with the intentions of who we're trying to target with this specific grant, with the more broadly focused mission and key constituencies. And of course, they did mention in their application looking to expand more into Title I schools, because I think right now, in terms of impact, it's well below 50% of the at-risk communities at risk of cultural erasure that we're looking to, get to and support with this particular grant. So overall, in terms of the mission and key constituencies, because of the reasons that were already mentioned, I couldn't really score this high. And that those are some rooms for improvement. And then, of course, when it comes to accessibility, I thought that with their Link Up concert program, that was pretty good, that they were going beyond the ADA guidelines for disabilities, individuals with disabilities, and that they provided teachers with training and materials with how to work with students with disabilities. So some specialized kind of things embedded in that program itself. However, with the language accessibility, I felt like that was also a room for growth for them. And it didn't seem as though historically they had much accessibility in terms of meeting the needs of non-English speaking communities, except for upon request, maybe, And then lastly, when it came down to their budget, they described having administrative, artistic, and staff fees that they would go to that for the grant funds, but I really wish that there was more of a clear breakdown of exactly how much, how many teaching artists, what rate. That sort of detail would have been helpful. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you both. 3 minutes to add any additional comments. Cool.
Yeah, I think I would add that specifically something I noticed for their budget, more explanation would be nice there. And I believe this is also one where they didn't account for the full amount of the grant in their budget. I think they have about like 18,000 or something as the chunk of money that is explained in their explanation. So I would like to see a breakdown for the full amount if awarded. That's the main thing I would add.
My note was on cultural leadership. The applicant's leadership has a working relationship with the key constituents that they're serving. But it wasn't clear in what other ways the leadership of the organization represent any of their key constituents of the org, nor were any demographics shared to represent those intended to be served by this grant. So that's my area of improvement.
Thank you all for sharing. Let you finalize the scores before we move on to the last one in the section. Austin Book Arts.
All right, if y'all are ready to move on, we'll go on to Austin Book Arts Center. Nicole is the primary and Patrick is the secondary. Let me reset the timer. All right, Nicole, whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, so book arts are encompass the crafts of bookbinding, papermaking, printing, and related arts. Austin Book Arts Center's mission is to engage people of all ages in creative, interpretive, and educational experiences related to the art of the book. ABAC celebrates the innovation and excitement that comes with expressing ideas through creative hands-on experiences, through verbal and visual storytelling, problem solving, original thinking, bookmaking promotes literacy, creativity, and self-expression. Bookmaking accommodates students with different learning styles and abilities and creates unforgettable experiences. In the application, their programming seems to be explained in 3-prong workshops that vary in waves of delivery, when and whether in person or online. An open studio for where equipment, there's access for folks to use at low cost equipment in book production. And then finally, what they call community outreach, where there's a partnership with the Girl Scouts and then some low cost workshops for teachers. The history of service seems that the Book Arts Center started under the auspices of Austin Book Workers, which is another organization, and they broke away in 2013, and have since kind of explained their expansion and their movement from that time. They recently moved in 2019, so I think that their programming is also kind of evolving and moving around. They describe their goals that as this grant will help support, as sustainability, diversity, growth, and then reaching some key constituents. The key constituents they mention are artists, and then it seems that the public in general. And so there's room for identifying their key constituencies as those aligned with this grant opportunity. so that was a major comment that I had on this organization's application. It's great programming, but I don't think that they're focused on uplifting or reaching communities at immediate risk of cultural displacement or erasure. The cultural leadership, again, the answer to this question didn't communicate how leaders of the org have deeply rooted cultural understanding or lived experience within the community that this grant or even their application would serve. I noted that they mention a dedication to diversifying their methods and making their programming more accessible. So I'd like to get actual more information on what they mean by that. I noticed that their budget, we're looking for 50% of the budget to go to teaching artists. So their budget just missed the mark with 10,000 out of the total, with 15,000 going to occupancy. And so that was something that I think could be easily remedied, but unfortunately the budget is misaligned. And then our final note is that when asked what percentage of their arts education program participants identified as economically disadvantaged, their answer is below 25%. So there's certainly room for improvement, and I don't know that this, their current programming aligns with the goal of this particular grant. But I hope that these comments will help them understand how to better reach key constituencies in Austin.
Great. And yeah, I feel a lot of the same things when I was reading this. I thought there's a lot of room for growth there. I will say I really do like how they target some of the demographics with the Hagamos Libros, Let's Make Books program, where they partner with AISD. Overall, it's the general theme instead of a very zeroed in approach that kind of just gives me, I gave them about a mid-range score overall, but I would like to see a lot more targeted approach on the demographics that this grant is really trying to keep from cultural erasure. Same thing with the budget. They did score low there because only less than 50% was going to teaching artists. And then the leadership, there was really no clear information provided as to whether the executive leadership reflects or had shared lived experience with the marginalized or those at risk of cultural erasure. But overall, I think it was a great program. Just need to see a little more targeted approach and more of the funding used on teaching artists.
Thank you both.
Yeah, I would just echo Patrick and Nicole there. I like that they have evolved to offer educational programs that specific or that target the Latinx communities in Austin with a couple of their more recent programs. And so I think there's a lot of room for growth there for them, and that's exciting. I think the Austin Book Arts Center is a really cool resource to have. So it's cool, and to see them grow in that way would be great. And with that, I also note that there is like no specific mention of diversity on their staff or board. I know that these are longtime Austinites, but it would be good to have more awareness of those communities that we'd like to see served here.
Yeah, and I also echo what everyone shared. One thing that I would like to highlight beyond what was already shared is with their language accessibility. I thought that it was really good that they offered Spanish and English instructional videos, and that they also offered workshops for bookbinding in other languages like Japanese, Ethiopian, Coptic bookbinding. I thought that was really cool. So that was a great note that I saw in terms of language accessibility specifically. But across the board, due to the other things and the intention of the grant, I definitely had to align with what everyone else was saying on this particular one.
As far as to the end of the second session, our section. Applicants,
All right, so that wraps up the morning session. We're going to take a lunch break. We'll come back at 1:10 rather than 1 o'clock to give you guys a full hour break. We'll start off with like a little bit of another fresh intro on from me to the applicants, just to let those folks know who probably weren't here in the morning session about the review process. And then we'll jump right in with Austin Creative Reuse as our first application for review when we return at 1:10. Okay, well, welcome to the afternoon session of the Arts Education Relief Grant panel. This is Group 1 applicants, organizations A through E, with the exception of Texas Folk Life, which is our last application for review today. Before we get started, I wanted to give the folks in attendance a little bit of a understanding of how the applications were scored. So panelists received these applications about 2 weeks ago and have reviewed them and scored them, provided tentative scores and notes and comments. And so that's what they're going to be discussing today. They do have the opportunity to review and adjust their scores after today's panel. Attendees will remain in sort of the audience area, and their video function will not work, and their mics will not be working to communicate with panelists. We will be recording this panel, so if you want to share it later on with other people in your organization, you're welcome to do so, and we'll get this posted as soon as we can after the full panel has concluded. If you have any specific questions or want to request a recording, you can send an email to culturalfunding@austintexas.gov, and we'll make sure to get you a link once everything's up and posted on our website. I'm Anne Marie McCaskill Davis, the Cultural Funding Specialist Senior with the Cultural Arts Division. We also have with us Maya Williams-Britton, who is our tech host, who's assisting with any technical issues people may be experiencing. And then we also have Justin Parsons, who is co-facilitating. Justin, if you want to, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah,
To the
good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Justin Parsons, the Equity and Inclusion Coordinator for the Economic Department with the City of Austin. I am here, as Anne Marie mentioned, co-facilitating and also serving that equity facilitator role to make sure we keep that this discussion.
The audio is pretty choppy there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Again, Justin Parsons, Equity and Inclusion Coordinator for the City of Austin Economic Development Department, serving as the equity facilitator here to keep that conversation at the forefront of our evaluation.
Thank you, Justin. We are glad that you are here. Let's see. We will give 10 minutes maximum time for discussion per application. As we approach that 10-minute mark, around the 3-minute mark, I'll start giving warnings to the panelists to let them know that we are running low on time. If we find that we have run into any technical difficulties, we'll stop the recording and pause the timer to resolve those. Panelists will provide comments, unique to them. Remember that panelists are not scoring on consensus, so panelists could have divergent opinions about an application. They'll be providing overall comments about the application, but however, they will not be providing numeric scores at this point in the review process. Panelists will be making comments that are aligned with the scoring criteria and the scoring rubric and the funding priorities outlined in the program guidelines. They will also be basing their scores on information, or they will not be basing their scores on information that was not requested in the rubric. So for example, financial need is not a consideration, or geographic location is not a consideration in the rubric. So therefore it's not something that would be a consideration in the scoring of the panel. Panelists are asked to look beyond grantsmanship. So we know that applicants have varying experiences of writing grants and have various skill sets. So we ask panelists to take that into consideration, and if the information's in there, to take that into account. Again, panelists are able to use firsthand knowledge of an applicant. So if they've interacted or had experiences with an applicant, they're welcome to include that in their deliberations. They can also use information gleaned from the applicant website. That's totally fine as well. However, it's not required. If a panelist has a conflict of interest, they'll recuse themselves from the live review, turn off their cameras, turn off their mics, and then they won't be invited back to turn their cameras back on until we've concluded the review of that application. This afternoon, we do not have any conflicts of interest, so that won't be something that will really be coming up at this point. With that said, I think we're all ready to go. Let's start with our first panel. Our first application up for review for this afternoon session is Austin Creative Reuse. 10C is our primary, and primary is just essentially the first person to read through and present the application to provide a summary of the application. And then the secondary is Julia, and the secondary is just to ensure that there's a second person available to make comments. And then we'll open it up to the rest of the panel to make any additional comments that they would like to include. All right, I've got the timer ready to go. So Tinsy, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you. Good day. I am Tensi. If you're just joining the live stream. So our Austin Creative Reuse, ACR, and I'm reading from the application a little bit about their mission and key constituency. Okay. Is to foster conservation and reuse through creativity, education, and community building. It says, we believe that the arts should be accessible to everyone and that creative materials belong in the hands of artists and not in the landfill. Austin's first Creative Reuse Center, ACR, has grown to become the largest creative reuse organization in Texas and one of the largest in the country. To date, we have diverted more than 2 million pounds of reused creative materials from the landfill, giving them new life with the artists, makers, teachers, and students in our community. Since our founding in 2009, ACR has hosted hundreds of workshops taught by local teaching artists, both at our location and at schools and events in the community. In the summer 2023, we have opened our first dedicated classroom space in our East Austin Creative Reuse Center to help meet the demand of the community for high quality, low cost art education for young artists. Youth workshops are taught by our in-house teaching artist, Barbara Paris, as well as by guest teaching artists from the community. We are the only arts education nonprofit in Austin that uses reuse materials in any significant way. The key constituencies for our youth education programs include young artists and their families who attend our programs in center or in the community, teaching artists who are paid an equitable salary to teach their art to students, and teachers and schools who benefit from our in-schools programs and attendance at their community events. And then it goes on to discuss some of their intentions that they're looking to make their workshops price-wise as accessible as possible, and that the average ticket for a workshop for youth programs is $15 per workshop and a fraction of the cost of many other programs. They offer need-based full scholarships for all of their youth programs to families that need a little extra help, it says. Okay, so in reviewing this particular application, there were a few things that I noticed, and specifically regarding the mission and the key constituents, since it is young artists and adult artists that are in the Austin community, I felt as though it was a more of a broad community than what we were looking to target for this particular grant. Assumed to be all ages and backgrounds, although they are honing down on more youth programming in general. I felt like it wasn't clear in the application how they are looking to serve more directly, more underserved populations, although they do have an East Austin location. So, I mean, there's that to consider. So that was something that came up in regards to wanting to make sure that it spoke to the immediate need or the immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement in the Austin community. Felt like that was a room for improvement when it came to how their history of service is, and also their cultural leadership. I couldn't find like a clear, it wasn't clear to me that the board members, that the artistic and creative leaders of the organization had lived experience, although they work with the constituencies that we're looking to target in East Austin specifically, maybe in other areas as well. I felt like that was a area for potential improvement for the application. As likewise with accommodations, I felt like it, in terms of them providing accommodations, they were more so upon request only. And I felt like that they could do more in the future in terms of being a little bit more accessible to community members in their workshops and beyond. And then as far as language accommodations or for non-English speaking students and artists and community members and their families, I felt like that could also be a room for improvement since it's more so upon request for their programs. But it was good that they plan to present in Spanish and other languages in the future. So that was a little nugget that I noticed as well. Lastly, with the budget, my only comment is that I could tell that at least 50% of the award would be going to teaching artists, which is great. And I wish that there was a little bit more detail in terms of the number of teaching artists that would be compensated from the grant award and the rates. That's all of my commentary on this application.
Great, thanks, Tensi. I'll just add to that a little bit. I appreciate Awesome Creative Reuse as a resource, considering that being an artist in general and being an artist in Austin can be prohibitively expensive. So I think that their services and their existence is valuable to what we're looking for here. At the same time, I think that they have evolved to they have evolved to serve the key constituencies that we're looking for, and that it would be cool to see how they could create more outreach to those communities in particular. moving forward. And I would like to note that I think that they do talk about having a pretty diverse board and members that are holding power in how the community works in the space, and that they do talk about having diversity, equity, belonging, and inclusion and values committee, which certainly adds to the awareness that they have of the communities that they're in, perhaps. One thing that I would like to note also is that in the application form, they say specifically that they have no specialized programming for people with varying abilities, but then they do go on to talk about having programs specifically for disabled participants and having the space be accessible to people of varying abilities. So that was, I think, just there's room for more clarity there, and I would like to see how that really like plays out and is explained. And then yeah, those are my additions.
Cool. Thank you both for that. I want to open the floor up to Patrick or Nicole. If you have anything to add or any differing opinions or feedback.
Only that as far as their history of service, I noticed in the question about how many of their arts education participants identify as economically disadvantaged, and that's less than half of who they're serving. And so there was also a lack of other demographics to support their service of Austin's most marginalized population. So it's a case of show rather than just tell.
About 30 seconds, Patrick.
I'll just give a shining moment. I think the accessibility, y'all could have, like, what y'all did by having the Touch the Art showcase, I think that was brilliant. That definitely did accommodate to a very specific marginalized population. So do more of that and continue to build and expand. So good stuff.
Thank you all for that one. We'll give you a second to change any scores or finalize your scores before we move on to the Austin Scottish Rite Theater.
All right. We're going to start with Austin Scottish Rite Theater. Patrick is the primary and Nicole is the secondary. And Patrick, whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start when you begin speaking.
Great, thank you. Give me 1 second here. Notes here. All right. Austin Scottish Rite Theater. Their mission is to share and preserve the historic Masonic facility while serving the greater community through high quality performing arts, educational programs, and events. Over the years, they have, what I saw in the application, I saw that they were very proactive in building working relationships with Black, Latinx, and South Asian communities. Specifically by hiring members of these communities to produce and engage in the full creative process. They are proactive in the casting process and have members of the LGBTQIA community involved in every production. Let's see, the mission is to preserve and showcase the theater. Over the years, they have expanded and built wonderful ties with the communities that this grant is seeking to reach. Their goal is for children who come to see the shows will see themselves represented on stage. So all of that together, what I summarized this whole program as doing was being very proactively evolving to be more inclusive, to deliberately reach out to the communities that this grant is looking to reach. One thing that I do like is that they have adapted plays into bilingual presentations, Rosita y Conchita, into a bilingual play about Dia de los Muertos. And they produce it yearly since 2016. They have revamped several plays to reflect Black, Brown, and LGBTQI communities. I think this is, let me see here. We diversify the cast with a majority of artists of color, including Rap Unzel and Saul Paul's Alien Adventure. These were cast completely with persons of color and were created in collaboration with Black directors. So once again, not just the faces on stage, but also the ones behind stage. I think that's brilliant. Let me see here. So all that to say, I think they have a very progressive mission to showcase the marginalized, to showcase the underrepresented. But overall, I just did not give super high scores. The leadership, I did not see enough evidence that their leadership reflects the marginalized and at-risk communities of cultural erasure. The mission, they are very proactive in revamping and evolving and being more inclusive, but is the mission to serve these populations a core value of, like, is it a necessity to their mission, or is it just something that they're beginning to tailor, something that they're evolving into? The budget was a little vague, did not give specific breakdowns of how much of the funding would be used for teaching, artists, admin, etc. Let me see what else I have here. Yeah, so overall, it was a struggle for this one because I see the very deliberate steps that are being taken. It's just the core mission of this was not, it's to preserve the theater, and I think reaching the marginalized is kind of secondary to that, and so I gave them a bit of a lower score overall. Now I'll pass it to my second.
Thanks. You pointed out, the same things that I noticed. I think that their efforts, their history of service, I did get a higher score because they did a phenomenal job of describing what they're paying attention to as far as their programming goes and how they're serving these key constituents, but it's key constituents for this grant versus what they're doing in the whole of their programming. And likewise on their cultural leadership notes, they told us about their people, but not how they represent the communities they serve. They didn't tie that in. I thought, I applaud their language accessibility efforts and inclusion in their what they're presenting in their programming to include people of color and people of the stories they're actually telling. But again, as far as who they're serving and how much they're targeting, I'm not sure if they're quite caught up. Their budget, again, not enough to confirm that most of this funding is going towards teaching artists, which is really easily could be remedied. And then finally, I'd like to hear more about how their educational programs are made more accessible for students with disabilities. I thought there's often enough information that implies that they're doing it or they're working on it, but there's not just a key piece of information as to how. And I think that's all my comments.
Tenzie, Julia, do you all have anything that you would like to share on this?
I don't have any additional comments.
I had one thing. So regarding their accessibility, something that I did pick up from their application prompted me to score them a little higher with this particular factor, because one of the things that they mentioned is that they currently have scheduled ASL interpreters for 2 of their performances per production, and that's like something they do every season. and that they also offer low sensory performances, which I thought was so cool. And then that they also are, trying to do these things so that people that are on the autism spectrum or have sensory sensitivities, they can, enjoy the productions as well. So I thought that those were two things that went beyond the ADA guidelines and that weren't just upon requests that they are concurrently doing. So I thought that that was a nice shining moment for them in terms of serving individuals that identify as having disabilities. And then I think it was mentioned in terms of language accessibility for non-English speakers, how they have bilingual productions. That was great. And that their materials, like marketing materials and programs and things, are also in both English and Spanish. So I think that they're also meeting that need beyond just upon request services in terms of accessibility. That's all I got.
Cool. Thank you all. We have Austin Classical Guitar coming up next. So if you want to take a moment to finish your scores and we'll switch to the next one.
All right. Up next, Austin Classical Guitar. Let me reset my timer. Nicole is the primary, Tensi's the secondary. Nicole, whenever you are ready, you may begin, and I'll start the timer when you begin speaking.
Okay, so Austin Classical Guitar. This organization starts with their community-based programming and hones in on how they started. They hosted a community festival and are, sorry, let's see. Well, let me start with the mission. Their mission is to inspire individuals in our community through experiences of deep personal significance. Our vision is a world where music serves as a powerful agent for change and connection, enriching lives, creating pathways for understanding, inspiration, and bringing joy and meaning wherever it goes. They go on to state that education is their most expansive programming area. So their key constituencies would be Austin area students, teachers, and their families. They've partnered since 2001 with Austin ISD to establish guitar as a new course area in the fine arts. So it's a really a bright spot that they are now supporting 4-credit guitar classes in every AISD middle and high school, in the Gardner Butts Juvenile Justice Center and the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. They understand, I think what's really great is they understand how their education services are influencing the education system, and the fact that they're now giving credit is really exciting. They have also surpassed choir and orchestra to become the second highest enrolled music class in Austin ISD after band. So there's something that's just a testament to the strength of their programming and their teaching artists. But again, reading their wonderful history of service and the very cool programming that they offer, I'm not sure that their mission provides that their key constituents are communities that are immediately at risk of cultural erasure and displacement. So for that reason, it does kind of, when the mission's not aligned, it kind of changes how you look at all of their education programming. I think that they they definitely are thinking about how they reach their different students. Specifically, they highlight that in working with Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, they didn't have any resources, and nor could the Texas school find any to bridge music lessons like in Braille. And so Austin Classical Guitar was able to, get a teaching artist specifically on this project and converted curriculum to Braille. And this kind of moved into investing in the world's first lifelong learning system for blind and visually impaired learners that's now used worldwide. And I think that's an incredible achievement. So there's definitely the potential and the quality of arts education and working with young people through music that this organization has. I just think that they're not targeting or honed into BIPOC or other of the Austin's key constituencies as far as this grant is concerned. So let me see my notes here. They did a good job of explaining their cultural leadership. I think that they understand that the board composition needs to reflect diversity and inclusion, and they went on to share that half of their board are people of color. Over half of their board are female, and they are working on continuing and making sure that all of their staff are as well. Their accessibility, for one of the reasons I mentioned earlier, and also they went into detail about how they accommodate physical challenges when using the guitar, or even reading music concerning learning, neurodivergence in learning or emotional behavior disabilities, the autism spectrum. They're addressing these things. So I give them high marks for their accessibility. However, on the flip side, in their language, they're quite behind, as in they're currently working on Spanish translation, but there is no talk of teaching artists that are bilingual or multilingual. Their budget was vague, so I couldn't oh no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong area. Yeah, their budget is going to help cover the fees for the staff educators and contract teaching artists, but they did not explain or specifically state that a majority of the funding would go towards teaching artists. So a little more explanation would have been more appropriate in the budget area and supported the alignment to the grant qualifications. But other than that, it was a higher scoring organization for me.
Thank you, Nicole. So in terms of some other things that kind of stood out to me for this application, I too, with the budget, was struggling a little bit with the staff educators and teaching artists, and how that all factored in. But it seemed like, all of the grant was going to be going to these people. I just wish that it broke down the rate and how many teaching artists would actually be compensated with this. So how I interpreted it was that as far as people that would have hands on the arts and the students and like the essence of a teaching artist, they would be receiving all of the grant award money. So that's kind of how I interpreted it. So that got a higher mark for me. But in terms of the okay, another area of improvement that I noticed was the language accessibility. So of course, it seemed like they were planning on doing more in the future, but I just wish that there was a little bit more specificity, or like, in this program, we're gonna do this, and this is, we've got this on the way with the grant money. That would have been a nice thing to see. For the ADA guidelines, they went a little bit beyond just what was required upon request, in that they made the blue transparency sheets for over the music for students or participants that have dyslexia, and that they also offer low sensory options for those with on the autism spectrum. I thought that was great. Yeah, aside from that, my notes pretty much mirror what you were saying. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Jesse. For the opening up to the other panelists, we have just under 2 minutes left for this application.
I think the only thing I would add is that they mentioned talking a bit about how it began in Title I schools and still functions a lot in Title I schools. So just something to add to that conversation about the mission and their history of service is that they did kind of start in the area that we're targeting for this grant.
Yeah, I agree a lot of that. Thank you for expounding on the budget a little bit. Yeah, when it's kind of generalized with the budgets, it's like it's kind of how each individual interprets it. But I was a little lower on the budget, but I think, yeah, I think there's room for there to kind of interpret it with that 100% of the grant funding going to teaching artists as well as the I think they said educators as well. So that's all I have.
Great feedback from everyone. A second, begin to making changes or making notes or changes to the score that you want to before moving on to Austin Sound Waves.
All right. Austin Sound Waves is up next. Julia is the primary and Patrick is the secondary. Julia, the timer is ready. So whenever you're ready to begin, I'll start the timer.
Okay, excellent. Austin Soundwaves. This is an organization that specifically works with historically underserved communities in East Austin. So I think their mission and their history really hit the nail on the head with what we're looking for here. They provide a diverse teacher pool with jobs as teaching artists. I think that's a second layer to that as well. And that Austin Soundwaves was founded to provide artistically underserved communities in Austin with equitable arts education. Their mission is to make learning and music accessible and equitable, creating a world without barriers to music education. This starts by helping Austin become a city that provides engaging arts education for all children, bringing together diverse audiences and artists to increase our collective understanding of the world. Their participants in their programs are 95% identifying as BIPOC, and 100% of their programming is provided at zero cost for their students. I think this was a really strong application overall and has a lot of detail about their programming and their hired teaching artists and their the ways that they work and have worked in Austin for a long time. They have a diverse set of offerings. They provide lessons one-on-one in Title I schools and in those communities that we're talking about that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure. And they have a couple of specific other programs that target those communities, like Mariachi para Todos, and they have the Draylen Mason Fellows Program. That is a creative youth development initiative that addresses important social issues through music. And with those two things in particular, I think they're very tapped into the needs of that community in Austin. They go on to talk about a detailed, diverse staff and board with longstanding relationships and experiences in Austin communities. And then in their programming, they have specific plans for differentiated programming for various abilities. And they have a history of partnering with SPED departments, or the SPED department with AISD, and varying programming that accommodates for different sensory sensitivities, which is cool to see in a music program. They also have specialized language accommodations for students and families, which is nice that that is called out, where they are talking about their students, and they're also talking about being able to communicate and have outreach with the communities of those schools, specifically with Spanish language and Spanish language teachers that work for them, or bilingual teachers, I guess is the right phrase there. So I think that this overall is a strong application. The budget breakdown is the only area where I would have liked a little bit more information. There's some explanation about using these funds to go specifically to teaching artists. I think they have a large pool of teaching artists that they are funding, and this would go partly towards that. But it would be nice to see more specifics about like a breakdown or explanation of what this specific pot of money is going to. Those are my main notes.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I will mirror that. I think the budget was pretty much the only thing that I had to score a little bit lower on. Just what exactly is the breakdown between the teaching artists and the administrative fees? Just a little more clarity on that. And this, this is already a home run. This just would have been a home run out and hitting a car home run. Overall, I mean, such great stuff. 95% of their constituents are BIPOC and Title I schools, and that this was integrated into their foundation of their mission. I think it's really cool that they employ nearly 30 full-time and part-time teaching artists. I think that's, yeah, kudos to that. And the equity and music education framework, awesome that y'all are able to gauge the impact that y'all have. So 33 Title I schools since 2011. I think this is exactly the kind of program this grant is wanting to help out here. So kudos.
Thank you, bro. Opening the floor up. Anything to add? If not, it's cool.
I will just share because it's my favorite thing. Apparently, I'm the cultural leadership person. The effort to share power and authentically represent the constituencies they seek to serve were very clear. So I applaud that. That's my only addition.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about that too, that it's great that the majority of the administrative, the creative leadership, the board is representative of the communities that they're looking to serve. And not just that, but also the communities subject to more immediate cultural erasure and displacement. That was pretty amazing to see. And then also when it came to their specialized programs, it was really nice. Like I believe it was mentioned that they have like specific auditory and visual processing accommodations for those individuals that have different abilities related to that. So that was really cool to see that they have that across the board beyond just the upon request accommodation. And then also offering bilingual materials and communications with parents and communities and all of that, given that little personal touch was really nice. And then, yeah, same thing with the budget. It would be nice to get some more detail about exactly how it's broken down, but over 50% of the award going to teaching artists is what I took away from the application with. So overall, high scoring application for me as well. Yeah. Keep up the good work, everyone.
I should say it's a home run. Cool. So it sounds like everybody's pretty good on their scoring there. We'll still give you a second in case you need to change anything before heading on. If there's no other comments or anything before heading on to the next one. Y'all still hearing me fine?
All right, let's go ahead and move on to Austin Batcave. Patrick is the primary and Nicole is the secondary. So Patrick, let me reset my timer. All right, I'm
Can y'all
ready to
hear
go.
me? Just switch to
Yep.
my headphones. Perfect.
Yep, you're perfect.
All these motorcycles outside are so loud.
Oh, we haven't heard them.
Okay,
Uh,
well, I hear them.
Whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, Austin Batcave. I'm hoping my fellow panel sees this as well, but I think this was another good home run here. I was very excited to see what they were doing. In a nutshell, this creative action group focuses on low income and underrepresented youth, teaching them writing skills through workshops and mentors. They offer no cost after school programming and summer camps. They have partnered with over 40 schools and organizations. They have about 125 volunteer instructors who serve more than 1,000 Central Texas youth through after school, in school, weekend, and summer writing programs. In their words, our students are encouraged to use their voices confidently, explore expression and identity through writing, and gain skills that will promote academic and personal success. 71% of their constituents are economically under-resourced. And let me see, what other notes here? All right, yeah, so a few things here that I really enjoyed reading about this. Their mobile program, and this is the first I've seen this in a few of these, but they have a mobile program that actually goes out of the Austin metro area into Del Valle, and they bring their programming out there, which I think is awesome because Del Valle often gets left behind in a lot of things here. And so they go out to these students, and I think it is awesome that this group has specific goals for reaching those students whose voices are not always heard. They partner with LGBTQIA organizations like Out Youth. They also connect and partner with first-gen college-bound students like Breakthrough. And then this was a really, really awesome one that they are partnered with CASA, which helps foster care, young people in foster care. Going through this, this is one where I had to kind of really dig into this, but as far as the accessibility, they do not really have any ongoing programming catering towards or adapted for students with disability. But because of one of the events that they did, I actually gave them some high scores on this. And I hope that they would continue to build this kind of thing out, where they in 2022 did a partnership with the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, where they invited three blind or visually impaired journalists from the Wall Street Journal, Texas Star Telegram, and the Deal Reporter to be paid guest speakers. Again, giving representation to the constituents, and especially for this like demographic, a very narrowed in, like a very successful journalist with disabilities. So bringing them in, and an example that they have here that the students had only really seen their teachers as professionals who had the same kind of shared background as them. And so because of this experience, students experience firsthand that they can realize their aspirations, and they want to continue to work with writers of diverse backgrounds to provide these sparks of inspiration. And I think that's so crucial right there, just sparks of inspiration, and they can, yeah, I get emotional here, but they can change the direction of a young person, but just that one of those sparks. So kudos. Another program that I think was just phenomenal was the Comiendo Comunidad, which is a bilingual chef, Ariana Diaz, who goes out into Del Valle as well. And students write about food legacy. I mean, how narrowed in and niche is that to talk about food legacy in the Hispanic culture, that the food is what brings people together. It's identity. So, I mean, that's throwing the cilantro on top right there. So I think it's so powerful that they're going out of their way to reach the students in Del Valle, because this is a food desert out there. I have some strong ties to that area through teaching at the schools. And so the fact that this program is like, hey, you know, we're coming out to y'all to give those sparks of empowerment. It's awesome. It's awesome. So I don't know if it's the lunch or the coffee, but I just got emotional on this one. Trying to think here. Anything I missed? No, I think this was great. And yeah, just what they're doing. Students write in English and Spanish in the Comiendo Comunidad program. So I think, yeah, they're opening this up to so many people through voicing their stories and their legacies. So kudos to y'all.
Thanks, Patrick. I agree. I think that it was a pleasure to read this application. Who can say that, right? It was I think that the only thing I would add, I mean, he touched on all the fantastic programming. I think their description of the representation and their cultural leadership really showed like that they know the work. They're doing the work to know their people. They're sharing an experience, and they share power with the populations they serve. And that's like when you can articulate that, I think it's a testament to the success of your organization and the thorough understanding of equity work from programming to admin, right? To traditional breaking traditional models and having to work through the organization to do that. Congratulations on moving to an equitable pay model. That is no easy feat. That is hard work, and post-pandemic, that's reason to applaud no matter where you are in the sector. I think when we see an organization put that forward and leadership make that happen and make that a priority, I think everybody should pause and take note and help celebrate that. So those are the only comments I would add.
I think I would just to add a note on the budget that I liked their detailed budget. I thought it was well explained, and there's an appropriate amount of funds going to teaching artists from the communities that they serve. Yeah, also a great program. I also love the name, and that it's ABCs, and having a bilingual program that's focused on writing is very special as well.
I'm really grateful for all this feedback of the panel as well, because when I was reading through the application for cultural leadership and looking through the website, I saw great representation on the board, but it was hard for me to clearly see, like, in the rest of the artistic and creative leaders, administrative leaders as well, what were their ties to the culture, to deep cultural understanding, etc. I got it for the staff and the artists. I know it's clear there, but that was one area where I was like, okay, I got the board, I got the staff, but everyone else, what's your deal? You know, I wish that was a little bit more clear in the application, but aside from that, mirroring everything everyone's saying.
Tensi, as far as I know, it is one Latina woman who runs Awesome Bat Cave, and I agree that could be clearer, but if that helps at all, it's pretty much a one person show as far as I know. On the admin side, I mean.
Mhm.
Anything else to add?
Thank y'all for existing, ABC. That's great.
If not, we will give you a moment, one more moment, and then I think for the final two in the section, Tennessee as the primary and secondary, and then they flip. But we'll be moving on to Austin Opera next.
All right, it looks like folks are ready to roll. Next up, Austin Opera, Tennessee, your primary, Julia's your secondary. I'm ready to go with the timer. So Tennessee, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Awesome. Had to pull it up. Okay, so Austin Opera. All right, get into the mission and key constituencies from the application. What they share here is Austin Opera leverages the multidisciplinary, collaborative, and transcendent power of opera to increase the quality of life for our diverse community by bringing together local and national artists to create outstanding, meaningful operatic performances and experiences, to partnering with local schools and community groups to provide robust, responsive educational programs that inspire and engage, and 3, leading the development of new innovative strategies that increase the scope and impact of the operatic medium in Austin and beyond. So they were founded in May of 1986. They've gone on to serve over 25,000 members. And then it talks about where they've been featured and where they've had their concerts on public broadcast TV, etc. Different venues that they've been at. Okay, so Austin Opera has nurtured the next generation and closed the gap to access in access to arts enrichment for over 200,000 children over the last 30 years. And then they note the past season that they had, 2022 through 2023, and how they almost half of the participating students attended one of 5 school districts: Austin, Pflugerville, Manor, Killeen, and Hayes, which tended to be on the outskirts, a little bit more underserved. Okay, and then 57% of the students were economically disadvantaged, 23% limited English proficiency, 16% African American, 54% Hispanic, giving some demographics there. So in terms of notes that I had for this particular application, with the mission, initially it seemed as though of course they're doing great work, and it seemed like more of a broad mission, that they weren't necessarily specifically targeting communities that are at risk of cultural erasure and displacement, aside from their work with some of their events. They were able to work with some of the school districts that are in some of the places that may see a little bit of help. But I mean, that was a point of, wasn't quite sure how best to score that, since at their inception, their mission was not necessarily there, but they evolved to that in the recent year. And then when it came to the cultural leadership, I noticed that some of the leaders, whether they're administrative, creative, the board, were representative of their key constituencies, but I couldn't quite discern whether a majority was. So that particular one wasn't as high of a score for me, that particular factor. But for their service to the Title I schools, I thought that since they've evolved to it, their history of service is a little bit more recent, but they are doing making some changes and seeking to evolve. In terms of accessibility, I noticed that it seemed beyond the event facilities that it was more so accommodations upon request was the impression that I got, as far as their accommodations that they would give to individuals with disabilities. And then with the accessibility for non-English speakers, it was nice that they have a bilingual website and performance programs and staff that are able to, in the teaching artist mode, facilitate help with bridging a language barrier there. So that was nice. Also, their budget was very clear that over half of it, the grant money would go to teaching artists, and the breakdown was there for me. So those are my notes.
Great. I think I only have a couple things to add on to that. I concur with what you were saying about the application. A couple other things that stuck out to me were that the organization has evolved to serve more specific constituencies that we're talking about, and that they have a partnership with the Mexican consulate, which I thought was really cool, and that they're creating and involving more Latinx communities in Austin. And then the fact that they have, they talked a little bit about having specific programming for various sensory needs. So I think that's just a good addition on the accessibility standpoint, and that they have all of their central materials in English and Spanish. Yeah, those are my additions.
Cool. Thank you both for that. Anyone outside of the secondary want to add anything?
I think it's another great program that is proactively evolving to reach more constituents that this grant's trying to get to. And so I think it's definitely the right direction. So keep it going.
I didn't quite catch, Tensi, what you were saying about the accessibility. I didn't know if we're in agreement or contrast. Because I did read it as they were having a lot of opportunities to support sensory needs and recognizing the autism spectrum in their way that they are putting together guides for audiences and their multisensory techniques like through opera and modalities of teaching. So I did think that they had a lot to share as far as their accessibility in both language and disabilities. The other thing is in their history of service notes, I agreed with everyone as far as their key constituencies not being rooted in their mission. I think that there were great aspects of the programs that were shared in the history of service, but I don't feel the question was fully answered, allowing a clear understanding for education roots and their current program or organizational goals. I think that was a key part of that opportunity that was missing. So just word to the applicant to pay attention to the question and the opportunity to fully answer it. Those are my only additions.
Cool. Thank you all for sharing on that one. And then I believe the last one we have for this section is creative action, which we'll tackle here shortly.
All right. So this next one is the last application before our first break this afternoon. It's creative action. Julia will be the primary, Tensi will be the secondary. Let me reset my timer. All right, Julia, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay, creative action. Creative action is a fairly well established arts education program in Austin. And I have to say that reading through their application, I feel like a little bit of the mission and history was maybe at not at odds per se, but maybe like a little not fully encompassing what I think I know about their work. So creative action, their mission is to use the arts as a medium to inspire creativity, unlock potential, and transform the lives of students of all ages. One student, one project, one community at a time. Creative action will be a force for justice, belonging, and joy in our society. Equipped with creativity, confidence, courage, and critical thinking skills, there's no limit to what our students can achieve. And as a broad mission statement, I think that is great values and aims to serve the community at large. They go on to talk about their programs, some, and say our programs use the arts to bring together diverse people of all ages, activate community dialogue, and inspire youth and adults alike to engage with important social issues, from bullying prevention to racism, to affect positive community change. Likewise, great mission and sort of like summary of a little bit of the impetus behind their programming. I know that they partner with a lot of Title I schools and other schools in Austin, and that they do serve communities that we're targeting here. I did not, however, see this specifically talked about in their mission or history, which I just think is very interesting, and I think leaves a lot of room for creative action to get more specific in applications like this about the real like body of people that they are serving. And it does make me lean a little towards like I want to see that like explicitly stated in your mission if that's part of your mission. So that was interesting to me to read through. They go on to talk about having a pretty diverse staff and board. I know that they hire a large body of teaching artists, and that is what this application is written for, is trying to acquire these funds in order to subsidize part of their quite large budget of paying teaching artists, which do come from a diverse background and from communities in Austin that they serve, which I think is very important. And that they have connections, that creative action itself and their staff have deep connections to communities in Austin that we're looking at here. They also have specialized programs for youth with disabilities and people that are coming through their programming. And they hire bilingual staff and have bilingual programming in English and Spanish. And I think that the budget that they presented kind of has enough of an explanation that they are looking for this amount of funding would be a drop in the bucket for them to pay their teaching artists that work with the communities that we're looking at here. So those are my major notes. I think the main thing I can say is just that it would be interesting to see more specifics about the people that they really intend to serve.
I had a similar thought from having seen creative action in action. That it wasn't like what my experience with seeing their work, it wasn't quite representative in what the application was sharing in terms of them serving more of the population that happens to be at immediate cultural erasure through the Title I schools, etc. So that was a little disappointing, but a room for improvement for the future. One thing that I noticed is that it was kind of hard for me to discern just from the application alone in terms of their cultural leadership beyond the you could say lower level quote unquote artists and what staff entails, right? Because sometimes when people say staff, it's like the administrative assistant, and other times when people say staff, it's like the executive, it's the director of communications. So but looking at their website, it looks like a really amazing diverse group of leaders in terms of their organization, from the BIPOC community, from the Latinx community, from the Black community, et cetera, that are representative of what the grant is looking to support. So that was a nice note. It was a struggle just based off of the application alone to it's like the mission didn't line up with what I knew. So, but the service did. Okay. So it got some mixed scores with the different categories for me because of that. Yeah. In terms of the accommodations, I thought that it was really nice that they partner with organizations like the Texas School of the Blind, and that they offered training for trauma and developmental challenges to meet the needs of the students as well. So that was a good little note that I noticed beyond just upon request, everyone is kind of trained and equipped with that. And then, of course, having a plan, they said that they have a strategic plan in place for more bilingual programs, curriculum, and marketing materials. So for me, that was like enough for, okay, you're doing more than just translations upon request. So very good for reaching the non-English speaking community with that. And then when it came to the budget, more than half of the award seemed like it was going to compensate teaching artists. And I just wish that there was a little bit more detail with what are the rates that they're getting and how many artists, that sort of thing. That's all I got.
Yeah, I think Tensi, just to emphasize a little bit of what you said, I think that a grant application like this would be a great opportunity for Creative Action and an organization like them to emphasize the diversity on their board and staff and their executive leadership that has become more diverse. And yeah, I think it'd be a great opportunity for them to really talk about that at another time.
Great. Thank you both for that. Any final thoughts from
I have no additional comments.
I'm so glad to hear both of y'all say that because I've heard of Creative Action, but I didn't really know too much about them. And so to hear both of y'all say that this application pretty much didn't fully represent what they're doing hits it on the head. Because I was like, I had seen them mentioned in other people's grant proposals, our best partnerships and statistics. I'm like, but I don't see that reflected here. So I don't know if we're allowed to say this or not, but maybe just having a grant writer come in and just flush everything out to really put what they're doing into this grant proposal. Because I kind of got lost in a lot of this, like, well, I think they're doing good things, but it just wasn't showcased well enough on here. From the cultural leadership notes to even sadly I gave a lower score on the history of service just because it was not fully showcased of what they're doing. But I digress.
all scores? Good.
All right. Well, We will take a 15-minute break, so we'll be back at 2:40. 2:40. Austin Playhouse is up next. Thank you, Maya, for starting the recording. Austin Playhouse is up next. Nicole will be the primary and Patrick will be the secondary. Let me get my timer set up. Okie doke. Whenever you're ready to begin.
Austin Playhouse's mission, it creates opportunities for Austin artists and audiences to celebrate the human experience through professional theatrical productions that nourish minds, delight spirits, and enrich lives. The vision for their education program, Austin Playhouse creates accessible, inclusive, and holistic educational programming that spans from early childhood to professional adult education in theaters. They serve a large and diverse audience and artistic community across a wide range of cultural, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. Among them are several key constituencies at risk of displacement and marginalization. Their free theater for youth program brings live theater to Austin's most marginalized and underserved communities. Historically, these audiences are over 80% BIPOC. They're quoted to say, "We believe economic status should never be a barrier to creating and experiencing theater. In addition to free theater for youth performances, we offer half-price student tickets, free preview performances, and pick your price Thursday performances." They go on to explain how Austin's professional actors and teaching artists are at risk of displacement, listing housing costs and fewer opportunities, continued loss of artistic venues, etc. And they also mention how they have historically included bilingual productions and commissioned works. In their history of service, they do a good job of talking about their community service goals and their education goals. But I do, and they also mention offering that Theater for Youth program is the only one in Austin, in the Austin area, to offer fully subsidized professional productions to Title I elementary schools and free public performances. So they're very cognizant of how they are serving more marginalized communities. However, I will say that in reading and reviewing the application, I don't know that it's rooted, like their mission is rooted in serving these key constituencies. It's hard to tell. I'll also note that while they're power sharing with their creative staff is phenomenal, their performing artists are certainly a key constituency, and the BIPOC and but their BIPOC and LGBTQ community representation is quite low, especially for such a large board and company. There was very little connection made of the shared lived experience and leadership to students' experiences. So, in an application like this, in this specific grant, I think that connection would be vital. So they're almost there, but that's an area for improvement. I did mark them higher scores for their accessibility for individuals from the disability community. But a lot of it was geared towards their performing their presentation versus their workshops. And I would just say this about reviewing a lot of these performing organizations, that it's worth mentioning how making the connection between performing for students versus educating students. And I know that the argument can be made that watching performance is part of the educational process. However, I think the missing part is how are students getting access to learning theater and learning performing. And the same thing with, I would say, music. If the student isn't practicing, there's a key component that is left wanting to learn more about. let's see what else I have for Austin Playhouse. We again an issue of show and tell, show versus tell. I would like to see how they prioritize hiring bilingual cast members and teaching artists. How many and how are they valued, for example? And then finally, the budget was a good start. The budget narrative, but it didn't answer the question if more than 50% of the grants funding would be going to teaching artists. And I'm looking for that confirmation. And those are my notes for Austin Playhouse.
Thank you. Yeah, that was very in-depth. I can only echo a lot of what you were saying. Overall, I gave about a medium range score on this, mostly because it's a great overarching theater program, but the theater production for children and adults. I just did not see the explicit existence for those constituents that are marginalized or at risk of cultural erasure. It does seem that the Theater for Youth program has evolved, and very well so, to including and reaching out to the Hispanic populations. But I just did not see that as their core existence for their mission. The board leadership, I did not see a clear indication that the executive staff have deeply rooted cultural connection and understanding as the constituents. And the budget, I think, was also a little vague. Let me see what I had here. I would have liked to see a little more description in the budget as far as how the funding would be parceled out. But I think that's about all I have for this one.
And was there anyone else that wanted to contribute? Apologize.
I'll share. In terms of the budget, I was struggling with this one as well. Because I do get a very clear budget of how like the expenses for their entire programming that they're doing, but the piece of how will you actually use the grant money, how will that be dispersed to these different expenses was a miss. So unfortunately, for that piece, it wasn't clear exactly how the grant money would be used. It was clear how they plan to disperse whatever funds that they have ever, but it would have been really helpful to see specific to the grant reward. Aside from that, no extra comments from me.
Good, Julia. Cool. So we will tally or make any changes to those scores before heading to the next.
Okay, Austin Chamber Music Center is next. Patrick is the primary and Tennessee is the secondary. Timer is ready to go. So Patrick, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
All right. Austin Chamber Music. Our mission is to create chamber music experiences that connect, educate, and inspire our community. The primary constituents of their education programs are school-age children. Austin Chamber Music was founded to provide youth chamber music instruction in Austin. Programs served 300 plus students annually, aged 7 to 18, and include free coaching and free interactive concerts at AISD, a summer workshop, and Chamber Flex Academy. All students are welcome, and there is an intentional prioritizing of diversity and inclusion. I am a fan of chamber music being just a smaller ensemble of musicians, pretty much that could perform in a chamber back in the days. And so I was happy to review this. I just did not give a very high score for a few things here. the mission, the lower score on the mission is just reflected that the organization is not explicitly in existence for the targeted demographics that we're trying to reach here for this grant. I did not see any evidence that the executive leadership or board have a deeply rooted cultural understanding or shared lived experience with those marginalized and underrepresented communities. The accessibilities, accommodations were provided as needed or upon request. We like to see, especially for this kind of grant, we like to see adaptations, accommodations made above and beyond what ADA states, but if it comes to the request of a patron, that leaves a lot of room for growth. So that would be one good area to key in on for future growth. The Spanish worksheets I thought were a good little bonus there. The Spanish worksheets, as well as the budget for the TAs. Let me make sure I'm not getting these notes mixed up here. Yeah, so the Spanish worksheets were good here. That being said, I do not see the mission being centered on the explicit mission or empowering constituents from the underrepresented and marginalized communities. There have been a lot of deliberate changes, what we call like the proactive growth of the organization to partner with Title I schools and Houston and Tillotson University. The board and lead, so I will give what did you say, a shining moment on this, that the board and leadership have gone as far as surveying their constituents and revising their mission statement to prioritize the new direction that they want to go over the next 5 years. So I do give kudos to that. And I do see them as truly working to provide inclusive opportunities for constituents, shifting more resources to Title I schools, which is great. Possibly integrating more as far as Spanish as a second language or English as a second language, having bilingual guest conductors or teachers. So getting more of the integrated bilingual teaching artists. There did not appear to be any proactive adaptations given for communities with disabilities other than what is already provided by the venue or as needed. So just a few areas of growth there, but it was a wonderful experience to get to review this.
Thank you, Patrick. In my review of this application, I have a lot of the same thoughts and notes of what you shared. It was great to see that they're seeking to offer more programming to Title I schools. And so that was a point of, down the line. Unfortunately, since it's not something that they kind of were already doing, it's just something that they're speaking to. One of the, for this particular element, I wasn't able to score it very high. And I couldn't see much proof that they were making much impact in terms of the audiences that this grant was looking to serve currently, aside from them seeking to in the future. And then similar notes with accessibility for individuals with disabilities, and then also the language accessibility, similar notes there. In regards to the budget, I could definitely tell that at least half of the reward of the award from the grant would have been going to compensating teaching artists. However, again, I just wish that there was more detail in terms of how many teaching artists are going to be contracted and also at what rate. So that would have been a helpful nugget and easy kind of quick win for the budget moving forward. That's all I have in terms of notes.
Would anybody else like to share anything, Julia, Nicole? Anything on your end? Good. Cool. That was a quick one, so we can take a second and move to the next.
Okay, up next is Ballet Austin. Nicole, you will be primary, and Julia, you will be secondary. Nicole, whenever you're ready to begin.
Ballet Austin's mission is to involve and strengthen the community through the creation and experience of dance and the encouragement of health and well-being. Founded in 1956, is now one of the largest classical ballet companies in the country, serving over 90,000 individuals through performances and programs each year. Ballet Austin aims to make the arts accessible to the entire Austin community by reducing common barriers and offering targeted opportunities for individuals from all backgrounds to engage with dance through community programs designed to serve social service nonprofit clients, individuals with health risks, and a significant number of pre-K through 12 grade students. Their vision for arts education programming is to increase access to dance classes and performances for traditionally underserved student populations, including those from low-income backgrounds and BIPOC populations. These programs offer students direct experiences with dance, offering a positive introduction to the arts for participants. They give a little background about their specific programs at elementary schools. That through residencies in movement classes, bringing the one act show to the schools, and other children's ballet for elementary. According to school district data, more than 58% of participating students in those programs come from Title I campuses, and 68% come from BIPOC populations. In their history of service, they do go a little more in depth as to how they're serving under-resourced populations. They do this by stating that they work to reach these populations, including persons of disabilities, LGBTQIA communities, seniors, and youth from low-income backgrounds and BIPOC populations through their targeted programs, including free dress rehearsals and a variety of movement classes aimed to engage and benefit those populations. The last thing that I'll read is that their education programs ensure accessibility to dance classes and performances for traditionally under-resourced populations, with 58% of the students who participated in this 2022 to 23 school year coming from Title I schools. The programs are planned to decrease common barriers as far as cost, time, and family awareness. And they are offering additional movement classes that are academically aligned and support physical and social emotional health and positive intro to dance. From what they've shared in the application, it's evident that they are understanding that it's important to identify how they are serving these key constituencies, but it is not made clear that it is rooted in their mission, even if it's just their programmatic educational mission, to specifically create programming for populations at risk of immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement. And that's how I read it. And some key notes is that their data comes from the district versus them gathering their data. That was evident, and I would suggest that the organization pay attention to how they're collecting their demographic data, in addition to how they're targeting and delivering specified services, because they have the language that they intend to, but I don't know that they have documentation to represent that they are doing that. But that's an area of evolution, and I applaud that. It's good to hear about their educational and creative staff in their cultural representation or their cultural leadership question part of the application. It's good to hear that the creative and educational staff and their representation of key constituencies is there. However, the question of who holds power in the organization wasn't answered, and little about the executive leadership or the board was shared, which is cause for not concern as much as it's important that you include that. Strong efforts are made in accessibility, strong efforts are made in language accessibility, and a majority of their budget is being allocated towards teaching artists. So that is how I assess this application.
Thanks, Nicole. I think that I pulled out a lot of the same comments that you just mentioned in my reading of this application. I did, I think in my mind, skew a bit more towards reading this application as if it was specifically for the education department. It seems to me that's what they are looking for funds for, like for programs like their EduMoves program. And in that frame of reading, yeah, I again, like Nicole mentioned, think that it's great that the education department is primarily women of color, and that they do have a history and still do work with Title I schools and are targeting the populations that we're looking for with this grant. So just wanted to add that, and I agree that their efforts in having bilingual teaching artists and materials in Spanish are great, and that like a couple of the other dance organizations that we've read through, they talk about the nonverbal nature of dance as an educational tool, and that is great for bridging language barriers. I think those are the only other things that stood out to me, and I concur with Nicole.
Thank you both for those great notes. Patrick, Tinsy, sorry.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. I like that you kind of explained that a little bit more about the differences between the education and then the Ballet Austin as a whole. I'm a fan of Ballet Austin, and the performances and so forth. I just see that the mission as a whole and strengthening the community, it's just not zeroed in, and this is just the overall mission is not zeroed in on the marginalized and those at risk. And the cultural leadership, yeah, kind of echoing the same thing. I saw that there was quite a bit of representation for the, oh, where did it go? Hold on 1 second here. Yeah, so 67% of EduMove's teaching artists are BIPOC, 100% of the education staff. When it came to the executive leadership, there was a lot of talk about their credentials, but no clear indication of the shared cultural or lived experience with constituents. So that was a little point that could be improved on down the road.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Patrick. The only other note that I had is that in reviewing this application, it wasn't really clear to me with the language accessibility, whether it was more so upon request or not. So one of the things that they mentioned is providing presentations in English or Spanish when the majority of that community is Spanish speaking. And I'm curious as to how they, whether they automatically do that whether they kind of survey the community themselves and see, and then just take action and have that be across the board for that community, or if it's something where if the community requests it, then we'll do it if they're also majority non-English speaking, right? So that was a point where I ended up scoring it lower because my impression from the application was that it was more so upon, it wasn't it wasn't a given. It was if it was requested or kind of thing. So that's my only additional note.
Cool. Sounds like everybody's good there. Whenever you're ready, Anne-Marie, I would say we move to the next.
Okay. Up next is Contra Common. Julia is the primary and Nicole is the secondary. Let me reset my timer here. All right, we're ready to go whenever you are.
Okay. Contra Common is an artist-run, artist-led nonprofit that supports artists in a collaborative setting. Members volunteer their time and expertise to create opportunities that foster professional development for emerging artists. Through a partnership with the Hill Country Galleria, Contra Common operates an experimental gallery space which provides affordable workspace for emerging artists and access to facilities to support artist professional practices. This application was a little bit tricky for me reading through to score. And I'm curious to hear y'all's thoughts on this as well. I think that it's primarily a space-based organization that is aiming to have a space and workshop space that's available for artists and emerging artists. They do also have workshop series and those types of classes available. And it is a little unclear to me what their target audience is. They talk about having a lot of age and ability diversity, but do not specifically mention the communities that we're defining as at risk of cultural erasure or BIPOC artists. The section about their cultural leadership does explain a little bit more about the makeup of the group that includes people of varying racial identities and abilities, and people that are part of the LGBTQIA community. So they have a very diverse group of people who are volunteering their time to this organization. It is just not clear to me, and it's not clearly stated what their real target audience is with creating the space and with their workshops. Let's see. So I did look a little bit into the events that they host in this space. And on their website, some of the events are specifically geared towards BIPOC communities and artists. And specifically this month, they are having a series of things for Latinx community with Hispanic Heritage Month. And I think that it would be interesting and clarifying to have some sort of explanation about like how they plan the workshops and how they market workshops and who they're really for. That being said, I think I already mentioned that the majority of their leadership have experience in groups of other forms of marginalization, and that they are the fact that they're led and founded by two people who identify as members of the disabilities community definitely lends itself to this space, and the way that they're talking about the way that this space is set up is just like the awareness of that is baked in. It's a very accessible space. The way that they have things organized is for everyone, and they have accommodations set up. Also noting that they have accommodations specifically on their website where things are like high contrast, and they're taking into consideration visual differences from the get-go there, which I think is great. And the fact that they have all of this happening with a group of people of varying identities and are functioning as a true collective, as artist-led, makes that power structure very flat, which is good. They do not talk about having any specific programming for language diversity. So that was a little section there where there's definitely room for improvement. It would be great to see something about bilingual workshops or materials, etc. And then I also had a little bit of trouble deciphering the budget for this one. They kind of presented a large budget that's for their operating costs. And it would have been helpful to see a clearer breakdown of where they see this grant funding going to and how they would be dividing it and spending it. It's just like a little convoluted in the way it is laid out. And I can't totally tell like how much of the funds are going to teaching artists or how much are going to covering hard costs. And I thought it was interesting looking at the budget, just noting that the functioning of the organization seems to have a big reliance on membership dues and ticket sales. And so it just made me question the kind of barrier for entry for the space, and how that works for them, and who they're targeting and who they're bringing into the space. So I think my analysis of the application is like a little hazy, because I feel like the application is a little like, I can't quite tell. They seem to be a very diverse in ability and racially community board and who's leading the organization, but I can't tell how that translates for them.
I echo your evaluation of this application, Julia. A lot of your points are same thing I said, just in different ways. It's clarity and answering the questions at hand, I think would serve this organization as they're applying for arts education programming. I mean, funding. I sort of said the same thing as far as their key constituents and their mission goes. But I will add that for me, it was difficult to understand if arts education was key to their programming or not. Much of their answers involved shows, spaces, and other resources, not necessarily workshops and educational programming. So that the context is good to an extent, but understanding the basis of this grant requirement would have been key in the application. Neither of their leaders represent people of color, and the board has some representation, but it didn't seem like a majority. It would help to understand how power is shared with people of color and the communities most at risk of cultural erasure and displacement within this org. So kind of the same thing you were saying, there is diversity, but I think it's just a matter of seeing the whole picture and being front and center with your intentions as far as Austin's need and community for people of color. The note that I have of the points that weren't there were language accessibility, especially if you're serving Austin and non-English speakers. I'm glad to hear that the organization's working towards that and recognizes that. And then you mentioned the budget. I have the same note on the budget, so those are my additions.
We have 2 more minutes for further discussion around this applicant, if anybody wanted to add anything.
So I went a little higher on the score for the cultural leadership. Mostly, their 2 executive team members consists of 2 queer disabled artists. And so a different, not so much the BIPOC, but coming from the disabled community, and the BIPOC. So I gave a little more on that, but echoing what everybody else is saying, I did not see a very intentional mission to reach the marginalized, underrepresented, and the kind of vagueness of a lot of the statements in there. So a little more clarity of vision to get with that mission.
Yeah, and then echoing everything, only addition would be for the history of their service, what Julia mentioned, it was interesting to see that in terms of their educational programming, there was a barrier to entry in terms of the pricing that they expected people to pay. So I was wondering how, in actuality, they would be able to reach the economically disadvantaged, the underfunded, the underrepresented, beyond that glorious cultural leadership. That's all I got.
Cool. Right on time. So y'all timed that one out perfectly. If anybody needs a moment, drop the mic on it. If anybody needs a moment, we'll give you a moment to adjust anything. Other than that, it looks like Arts Spark Texas is up next. And I have the application down, but I don't have the primary and the secondary written down on this one. So.
All right. The primary and secondary on this one, the primary is Tennessee and the secondary is Patrick. So Tennessee, whenever you're ready for Arts Park, Texas, you may begin.
All right. Okay, so for Art Spark Texas, just to give some background on the mission and key constituencies details that they provided in the application. Art Spark Texas challenges perceptions of how people contribute by creating arts-inspired, inclusive communities and individuals with of individuals with and without disabilities. They were established in 1996 with the vision to foster equity and access across all cultural sectors of Austin. It says, we believe that everyone's life is enriched by the inclusion of multiple voices. We accomplish this by ensuring that people from Austin's diverse cultural and ethnic communities are present in all our educational programs. We offer emerging teaching artists an opportunity to pursue a meaningful career. Youth a window into a world of creative possibilities, and educators a 21st century creative outlook on learning. So their goal is to equip students, regardless of a disability, with access to high quality arts education and the opportunity to further develop their imaginations. They have history of delivering enriching arts learning activities to schools and communities based in special education to students and teachers. So their main key constituency would be the students that have any form of disability, whether it's intellectual, speech, language, learning, emotional, behavioral disorders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They provide support and individualized instruction, assistive technology, and modifications to every lesson in their arts education programming. And their education program started in 2004. They launched it to trained teaching artist residencies in conjunction with AISD. And they're still going strong with partnerships with the Rosendale School, who has a specialty approach for individuals with disability-specific students with more high-risk disabilities. So in reviewing this application, some things that I noticed was that, one, the mission isn't specific to the communities at risk of immediate cultural erasure, but it definitely goes above and beyond for a marginalized community that happens to be individuals with disabilities in phenomenal ways. So for the mission and key constituencies, that aspect of the grant had more of a middle of the range scoring overall. With the cultural leadership, I felt as though the leadership definitely completely represented their key constituencies. And so my scoring was a little bit higher, although not the highest, as they don't represent the at-risk communities that are subject to more immediate displacement and cultural erasure. So in terms of the history, quick synopsis in terms of my feedback was that they're doing great work with their key constituencies since their founding. That's what they've been about the whole time. And as far as accessibility, without a doubt, exceeding everything, going above and beyond with that individualized approach on all levels, not just upon request, but truly, truly above and beyond. With their language accessibility, I noticed that they did have specialized ASL offerings, which is great, beyond just a Spanish translation or something like that, a translation upon request. They had on-site for their programming, ASL, American Sign Language interpretations, etc. And last but not least, with the budget, it was clearly stated, in my opinion, how they would use the award money, that it would more than half would be going to teaching artists for their arts education programming, and how exactly that would be broken down. It was clear to me. So those are my notes for the first go of ArtSpark. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tinsy. I really enjoyed reading this. Like, I have to put on my hype hat for this one. This got me hyped reading this. I like how you phrase it, the key constituency on what they focus on. The fact that this organization exists because of 3 blind artists who brought this program into fruition. So the very soul of this was founded by people who are reaching a very specific community. And I thought that was powerful. The only thing I had pushback on, which, they even owned up to, was saying that they have a very Caucasian board. And so that was one thing that I gave high score, but just not the highest as well. I think what they are doing is incredible. I love that the teaching artists receive ongoing training in universal design for learning. And this is the cool part, it's that they have monthly discussions on disability awareness and accommodations. So this is an ongoing, perpetual growing entity of reaching and helping and empowering. I thought it was awesome. And yeah, I don't know if they had a grant writer or who wrote this, but my gosh, it got me in the gotcha once again, just for what they're doing. And I'll gush on about this, but yeah, really good program. I'll pass it on now.
I think the only thing that I would add is I noticed that it's great that they have specific work that's in Spanish, and they talk about audio descriptions as well. So just another step to their language accessibility, and that their budget section was very clear with the appropriate amount of funds going to teaching artists.
No additional comments.
Perfect. Thank you all. So it looks like that one is all good. And we will move on to Armstrong Community Music School.
Okay. Nicole is the primary and Tennessee is the secondary. Let me reset the timer. So Nicole, whenever you're ready to start Armstrong Community School Music, blah, Armstrong Community Music School, you may begin.
Great. Armstrong Community Music School's mission is to teach, explore, perform, and celebrate music in all its forms by supporting and engaging the entire community with nurturing and transformational musical experiences. They envision a music-rich community where all people, regardless of skill, identity, or income, have access to quality music education from birth through all stages of life. They have goals such as trauma recovery, healthy brain development, providing opportunities for creative expression, connecting the community, and eliminating barriers that any may face, including cost, transportation, language, and accessibility. They explain their programming and give a little bit of data as far as a full range of instruments and musical genres are explored in private and group instruction. They take free programming into the community. They have 17 free or highly reduced cost programs, 13 of which serve ages 18 and under. And of those 13, all of them are reaching populations that are economically disadvantaged. The 13 programs serve people with disabilities, immigrants, teenage parents, and their children, and survivors of domestic violence and abuse. Their partners, they partner with the Down Syndrome Association of Central Texas, Todos Juntos Learning Center, who works with immigrant population, two Austin ISD developmental centers that are where programs that are serving teenage parents and their children, and then SAFE, which is an org that works with survivors of violence and abuse. They also mentioned the Belmont Village, which is an intergenerational music class offered at reduced rates. I think it's worth mentioning that they host a choir for teens with disabilities, and 3 specific events for families who might not afford paid music classes. And we partner with Waterloo Park to provide free community events annually. So they have a robust educational programming system that does reach a lot of different populations. One thing I found odd is that in the question at the end of the application that asks how many of their arts education participants are identified as low socioeconomic income or low income, it's less than half. I thought that was kind of strange for having so many programs be specifically for economically disadvantaged. So I wonder what the disconnect there as far as demographics and tracking data goes. But the robust programming that they've listed and included in their application certainly got high marks. This is a similar situation where I wonder if what their target audience is, and if their key constituents are populations immediately at risk of displacement and cultural erasure. I just would like to see how that's connected to the mission. I think it's incredibly important that they were transparent of needing to improve their support for their teaching artists. I greatly appreciated that, and I look forward to seeing that part of the strategic plan come into fruition. I'll also share that the shared leadership structure was really interesting. I appreciated the context as well as the advisory support by one of the partners, EDs, right? They have an advisory committee that includes one of the Todos Juntos, I think, their ED sits on that. However, I don't think that enough is shared about the representation of the many diverse key constituency this organization serves through their programming. Many doesn't communicate how many and to what extent the BIPOC, immigrant, and other key demographics have voice and power within the org. In addition, shared power with your teaching artists and the ones who are able to provide trauma-informed care, accessibility, and bilingual and cultural responsive programming to their constituencies isn't mentioned. And I think it's worthwhile putting forward, especially if they've already acknowledged better support of their teaching staff. Incredible efforts in their language accessibility. I'm curious as to what the support looks like for BIPOC and bilingual teachers. But otherwise, budget was good. Fantastic work in accessibility to the disabled community. They've expanded programs based on this choir that they have. And watching kids grow up and needing to expand to follow that audience is really worth applauding. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Nicole.
My bad.
For this application, my notes mirrored a lot of your notes. So I don't have much else to add for this specific one. The only area of improvement that I noted was when it came to cultural leadership. I wish that it was a little bit more clear if there was more representation in either the deep cultural understanding or lived experience of the administrative and creative leaders and the board, etc. I wish that was made more clear if that was the case. Other than that, it ended up kind of getting more of a lower score from me for the cultural leadership. But across the board, this was overall a pretty well-rounded application, I'd say. And the only other area of improvement from me was the mission regarding the mission statement and the key constituencies. That they weren't specifically targeting in their mission statement the communities at risk of immediate cultural erasure or displacement. That was one of the areas, but they were definitely serving underserved student populations. So it had more of a middle of the road kind of scoring for that element from me.
The only other thing I would add just to cover that base is that I also thought that the budget was super clear and that there's an appropriate amount of funds going to their teaching artists who are also part of their key constituency.
No comments here.
Cool.
All right. Well, that brings us to our final break of the day. We'll come back after 15 minutes. So that'll put us at 3:49. And we'll pick back up with Beat for Beat with Patrick as the primary and Julia as the secondary. So see you in 15. Up next. Oh, yes, thank you. All right, so we are moving on to our last group of 5 applications for the NEA Arts Education Relief Grant Review Panel. This is panel group 1. Applications being reviewed are A through E, except for our very last one, which will be Texas Folklife. Up next is Beat for Beat. Patrick will be our primary and Julia will be our secondary. I've got the timer ready to go, so whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Alrighty, Beat for Beat's mission is to develop confidence and community in underserved youth in Central Texas through after-school music education. Their program began when their founder, Mark Turk began teaching music in 2007, covering bass, guitar, piano for public and private schools, along with private lessons. He recognized the need for music education among at-risk students in AISD, so he established Beat for Beat, formerly known as Beyond the Grade, in 2014. The program emerged from his experiences working with at-risk students, where he witnessed music's positive impact on fostering friendships, attendance, and academic interest. He began enlisting musician friends as instructors. The vision is to provide equitable and inclusive learning opportunities to all at-risk students and promote and provide supplemental income for Austin musicians pursuing their careers. 27 of the 32 schools they serve are Title I, and their focus lies in Title I schools with 85% Hispanic, Latino, 8% Black African being the represented demographics. 88% coming from economically disadvantaged households, and 43% are bilingual learners. They do semester-long music lessons and rock band classes held twice a week for 2.5 to 3 hours with a maximum of 20 students per class. They employ 15 part-time teaching musicians across 31 locations. One thing I really liked about this was that they start with the students in mind, and so they put out a survey for the constituents and find out what exactly the students are wanting to build upon. And so they start with the students, and they build a curriculum around that. They've launched complete programs, Beats digital musical programming. And so that's centered on the Ableton Live software, because a lot of students were wanting to make beat-oriented EDM electronic music. And so they began implementing that. Let me see here. So getting into the programming and stuff, I was not really able to determine for their cultural executive staff and leadership. Didn't really get a sense that they have a deep cultural understanding or lived experience with the youth that they serve. So I had a bit of a lower score there. I did like that they have special accommodations provided backstage, as well as to visually impaired who are given front seat priority. So they are making some special adaptations. The concerts are bilingual, and half of the TAs are bilingual. So Spanish speakers can fully participate in the concerts, which I think was great. Did give a bit of a lower score on the budget because there was no real indication of how the funds will be distributed across the administration, teaching artists, rental spaces, and PPE. So would need a little more breakdown of that budget. Let's see. Yeah, so overall, I think this was a really good program. I love that they are focusing in on our constituents that we're trying to represent with this grant. Overall, I just think the budget needed a little more clarity, and then the executive staff, I was not too sure that reflected the constituents that they're trying to reach.
Great. I think a lot of my reading of this application echoes Patrick. I do have noted that I think that their staff does include BIPOC and Latinx members, and this organization has a pretty long history working in these communities in Austin. So I think I lean a little more towards a higher score in that realm for them. The main thing that stuck out to me as room for improvement was, like Patrick mentioned, the budget and just having more clarity on how these funds would be spent, and what percentage goes to teaching artists. Yeah, this one was pretty straightforward for me.
Cool. Thank you, Julia. Tennessee, Nicole, anything to add or any differing? All good.
For me, in terms of the cultural leadership piece, it was a struggle for me as well, like Patrick mentioned, to kind of discern the cultural understanding and, lived experience of like administrative cultural leaders in the board. So one thing that I ended up doing is drilling down into their website. And on there, it does look like at least, 40% of their board and their like their more so leadership level staff is representative of, whether it's based on their bios, like low income families, or that they came from or went to schools in those areas, or that they happen to be in the BIPOC community, specifically the at risk for cultural erasure and displacement. So I thought that also warranted a like mid-high kind of at least scoring on that element of the application. That's really my only additional note aside from what's already been said.
Thank you for sharing that. If there's not any more commentary, we will look to move on to the next one. I believe is E4 Youth.
Yeah, Julia is the primary and Tensi's the secondary. Whenever you're ready, Julia, you may begin.
Cool. All right, E4 Youth. This is an organization that was specifically founded to serve youth of color in Austin, and focuses on BIPOC heritage and cultural preservation and workforce development. Their programs that target that include digital skills building for the younger generation in Austin that they list as K through 8. And then they have a creative leadership academy that helps with portfolio help and for college aged youth in Austin and the older kids. So this is something that was created to specifically preserve Austin's vanishing cultures. And I think it's great that they call that out, and is a lot of what we're looking for to address with this specific grant. They work with BIPOC communities and partner with many other notable organizations in Austin that serve those constituencies, which seems like they have a lot of strong partnerships there. Namely, Latinitas was one that stuck out. And because it's another organization that works with youth for history and storytelling preservation, and that, like E4 Youth, Latinitas also has a focus on digital fluency. And I think that that's an interesting partnership for them to call out in this. As far as the arts education focus goes for E4 Youth, I think that they come at it from a way that we don't necessarily see a lot of. And I think that is something to be celebrated with the digital state of the world as it is. And to bring those resources to the communities that they're working in is great. This organization is BIPOC led and has the leaders have strong experience and connection to Austin communities that they're working in. And they, as far as accessibility, have programs that are specifically tailored to disabled and differently abled youth. And they also have bilingual staff, and mentions that they are in the midst of creating Spanish language materials. So I think that is one area where they could have a stronger focus and maybe some improvement, is that they are, but it's clear that they're working on it. They are talking about how they are developing Spanish language materials. so that people do not have to ask for them and that they will just be available. And one thing I noted there also is that they're saying that their digital materials and digital platforms are translatable. And I'm not completely clear if that means that you can just translate a web page like anyone can, or that there's something that lends itself to be more easily accessible to someone that would need to translate it. So more clarity there would be interesting. And then as far as the budget, I think they had a very clear explanation of the funds allocation, with the majority going to their mentors and teaching artists who are of the community that they serve.
Thank you, Julia. As far as my notes on the application, a lot of it echoes what was already said by Julia. And just in addition to that, some things that I did notice in regards to the language accessibility, I ended up scoring accessibility fairly high for both the individuals with disabilities and language, due to how I interpreted what was said in the application was that the website that they're working on, having it so that the entire website would be available in multiple languages, like how on certain websites you can click like a down arrow and it'll just trickle everything on the website to be in Spanish or in whatever else. So it's my understanding that they're doing that as well as revamping their educational materials and programming to and curriculum to be more suited to the Spanish speaking communities. And to me, how I receive that is like beyond upon request translation services. So that's kind of why I gave it a higher score. And then I really liked that they had, as far as the accessibility for individuals with disabilities, partnerships with schools, utilizing those partnerships to activate more of the individualized attention through the partnerships that they do have, and then also doing or revamping their flagship virtual program and augmented reality programs that they offer. One, I thought it was cool that they had those, but
Yeah.
the avenue that they took for accessibility as well was really nice. Aside from that, same stuff, high marks for the history of service. The cultural representation is on point in the cultural leadership. And then same thing with the mission, everything's very integrated and integral to serving the immediate at-risk cultural displaced communities. So that's all I got.
Well, thank you. Looks like we got about 3 minutes for additional conversation. If there is none, that is fine.
I like that they fully integrate for the Spanish speaking, community, that they have translations on and off stage, as well as bilingual programs, and their continuing education for English language learners. So I think that's really cool that they continue that. So good stuff. High marks. Here.
Thank you for that, Patrick. If there is anything that you need us to hold up on in terms of finalizing scores, let us know. If not, it looks like we're on to the next one. So,
Yeah.
Dance theater. There we go.
Excellent. All right, Nicole is primary, Patrick is secondary for Andrea Aerial Dance Theater. Patrick, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Alrighty.
You're the primary?
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
my bad, my
I
bad.
was like, wait, let me
My
play this
bad.
off. Wait.
Nicole's primary.
Either way.
Get it, Nicole.
Sorry about that.
Okay,
I mean, we've only done like 27 of these.
yeah,
Coffee.
it's all good. So Andrea Aerial Dance Theater bridges the arts and community through innovative multidisciplinary dance performances, community engagement workshops, and educational programs for youth. Their vision is to contribute to a more beautiful and equitable world by cultivating accessibility to participation in and appreciation of the arts to ethnically diverse people of all ages and abilities. They value collaboration, artistic excellence, equity, and fostering community engagement and learning through art. Over the last 33 years, they presented more than 50 new works, provided opportunities for the development and presentation of hundreds of artists of diverse disciplines, and hosted countless education and community programs with youth and adults with a priority toward marginalized communities. It looks like their arts education programs are called Art Plus. They do this with schools. They share that they offer sliding scale fees to work with budgets, I'm assuming, of the schools. And another program that they mention are community voice workshops. These are free to engage the community in the creative process. I believe these are leading up to new, like when they're presenting new performances. Last season they held an artist access recipient. They held workshops at the Asian American Cultural Center and the Carver Cultural Center to build relationship with the populations these centers serve. Their professional ensemble and music collaborators are ethnically diverse artists who are teachers, accompanists, performers for public and school performances. They serve them by providing equitable pay and professional opportunities. They specifically say that this grant supports an increase in their involvement in arts education programming. One thing that this answer implies is that their key constituents are communities that are at immediate risk of cultural erasure and displacement. However, I didn't see through the evidence that it's being delivered in a targeted way, and there's a little disconnect because, and maybe other panelists can help me here, in their mission and key constituents question, they state that the average of economically disadvantaged students we worked with is 52%. That sentence was kind of hard for me to interpret what the meaning is as far as data goes. And this kind of a need for clarity for me would be really helpful to understand how they're serving and how many of their how they work with constituents. Again, the sliding scale is kind of confusing. They mention sort of a longevity of services, so their history of service is quite large, and they have served starting in a Title I school as early as 1995. But it looks like the programs were free until 2017. And so I'm kind of unsure as to what's happening now. What's been going on since 2017 that their programs are no longer free? Or is that what they mean by sliding scale now? So that kind of delivery of programming leaves a few holes in the story for me. It wasn't communicated that the organization's leadership is representative of the communities served. Only when you get to program staff do they rely on those identities to build community and trust. So what's needed then is to share leadership of the organization with those teaching artists that are representative of their key constituencies. But I did, they did give a thorough explanation of their history of education services, and I appreciate their work in accessibility and understanding. Again, we mentioned earlier today how dance has a really opportune connection to working with all kinds of abilities, and they certainly describe the work that they do down to the specifics of delivering services to children in wheelchairs, or acknowledging physical limitations and allowing, other ways of expression through movement and dance, which I really applaud. They had high marks in language, and in hiring bilingual teachers, and in their ensemble. And then they also acknowledge that dance allows a universal communication that's nonverbal, and allows for emotional expression that includes non-English speaking students in a more global way. Their budget is majority to artistic staff, which was really nice to see. And I think that includes all my comments.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I kind of had some of the same questions here. There's a big focus on Title I schools, but then when I read that statement about 52% of their demographics being economically disadvantaged, I kind of saw a little disconnect there, because if they're truly focusing in on those, and so I just would like a little more clarity on that. Overall, I gave pretty high ratings to this group here. Another thing, just echoing what you were saying, was that their ensemble of the organization is a very diverse BIPOC, LGBTQIA of artists, but I didn't see a lot of representation of the constituents with the executive leadership or board of directors. I didn't get enough information in that. But overall, yeah, I gave this one some pretty good marking, except for those 2 spots there. Keep it up.
Again, with 3 minutes left, I'll open it up if anybody wants to add anything.
I think the only thing that I would add, it's interesting. I don't quite know how to think about organizations like this for specifically the question of diversity and executive leadership, because I'm pretty sure it is just one person. And I know that's like not on our rubric, but I think it's worth mentioning. And I would also, let's see. Oh, I was going to say that the other thing that stood out to me was the efforts made to reach more diverse communities, like having workshops, like they mentioned, the community voices workshops that are geared towards that type of outreach. That's it.
Thank you for that. Tensi, anything?
For me, I feel like the only other kind of comment that I would have beyond what was shared, I was a little confused. I wasn't quite clear on for the budget. I was thinking that, so they distinguish teaching artist fees from the compensation of the dancers and musicians and performers at various schools. And at first, when I was looking at it, how I kind of concluded was that these musicians and dancers and performers, along with the teaching artists, in my mind, they were kind of in the same group together. So I ended up giving it a higher score for budget due to that. However, it would be nice for a little extra clarity in this regard in the application, because if it's just the what they are calling teaching artists in the budget, then it would be underneath the 50%, I believe. So that's all.
Again, did it right on time.
1 second to spare.
There we go. Good job, everybody. Austin, is it Austin Jazz Workshop next?
Yep, Austin Jazz Workshop is up next. Tensi, you are the primary. Nicole, you're the secondary. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
All right, so Austin Jazz Workshop says on in terms of their mission and key constituencies that their mission is to perform for and with public school students, to encourage their participation in band, orchestra, and choir programs, to uphold and promote American jazz traditions and enhance the quality of life for all ages through live performances, employing area art, musicians, and collaborations with students and nonprofit organizations in Central Texas. They go on to share a little bit about their school workshops and assemblies, saying that since 2004, they've performed for over 25,000 students in over 100 elementary schools across AISD, Round Rock ISD, and Manor ISD. And those audiences included 62% Latino, 18% Black, 2% Asian American, and 18% white students. And that 59% of those students were from lower income homes. I'm guessing, I'm not quite sure what the time range. I'm guessing that this time range for these statistics is either more recent or all the way from the 90s. Not completely certain. A little clarity would be helpful for that, but that they offer no cost programming to Title I schools. And for non-Title I schools, they charge a $200 fee for their programs. All right, and it goes on to share some of the music that gets presented. They highlight a lot of Black jazz artists that are pretty legendary, if I might say, that they share their music in addition to the mission and their vision and things. So in terms of this application overall, some notes that I have. The mission statement to me was a bit more broad in that it seemed to, although they do great work and it was in primarily marginalized communities with these Title I schools that they're able to reach, it seems that they're doing a good job at that. Their mission statement does not directly, like, it wasn't quite tied into the at-risk for immediate cultural erasure and displacement in terms of the mission statement itself. It was just a bit more broad to me, although it seems as though they are serving those communities in their history of service. In terms of their cultural leadership, based on their application and their website, it seemed as though that there was a good level of representation in terms of them representing their core constituencies. I have down that the majority of the cultural leaders, however, doesn't seem to have a deep cultural understanding and lived experience. So, and specific to the communities with immediate cultural erasure and displacement, although they seem to be from marginalized or lower income, maybe communities. If anyone has any extra clarity on that, feel free to mention it. And then when it comes to accessibility, some things that I noticed was it seemed as though for beyond the ADA standards, accommodations were seem to be more so upon request, and that they aim to do more in the future through partnerships that they have planned in place. And then for the language accessibility, it also seemed as though there wasn't much language accessibility in the past, aside from what they provide upon request, and that they're seeking to do more in the future. So that seems like an area for growth. Last but not least, the budget seemed pretty clear as far as them going to have over half of the compensation for teaching artists, but and how that would break down. That's all I got.
Thank you.
A lot of the same stuff I got. I don't know that I wouldn't be repeating anything you said because my notes were the same sort of misalignment or not quite targeting as far as the mission goes, communities that are at immediate risk. And same sort of thing. I really tried to base my cultural leadership notes and evaluation on what the applicants could share about their leadership. And they told us about their folks, but not how they represent. So that is certainly an area of improvement, and accessibility were my areas as well in both categories. So that's all really.
The only other thing that I would add that stuck out to me as a point of clarity is that they stated that they don't present specialized programming, but then they talked about how they have performances at Rosedale, which to my mind, that's our school in AISD specifically for students with all kinds of disabilities. So to me, that means they are, removing all barriers and bringing them the programming specifically. So I think that's just an area where they could be more clear about what's going on with that. And then that they do have, it's in their music performance for audiences that is a focus on nonverbal programming. Yeah, that's it.
3 minutes.
No comment here.
All right. There we go. Appreciate that. And down to the last one. So here we go. Texas Folklife.
That's it. Nicole is the primary and Julia is the secondary. And whenever you're ready to begin, actually, let me reset the timer. Okay. Now, whenever you're ready to begin.
Great. Founded in 1984, the Texas Folklife is an Austin-based arts nonprofit committed to documenting, celebrating, and sustaining the diverse traditions within the Lone Star State. Through a combination of concerts, educational workshops, apprenticeships, gallery exhibitions, and other events, Texas Folklife promotes cultural sustainability through their commitment to support artists, tradition bearers, and communities. Their education programs primarily serve Austin's Latinx and African American and migrant populations, as well as other at-risk groups. Texas Folklife's Stories from Deep in the Heart program teaches students and teachers from Title I AISD schools the fundamentals of audio production and storytelling through the creation of audio documentaries in which participants conduct fieldwork projects about the cultural traditions in their communities. They mentioned their recent work with students at Akins High School, and the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and that they're currently working with Travis High. They're planning work with the Early College and Martin Middle School to do workshops, and these programs or services are provided free. Based on what they've shared about their programming and who they're trying to reach, I think that this organization intends to serve exactly who this grant does. What made this difficult for me to score in reading the rest of the application is not having data around the demographics, documentation to show that you are indeed serving who you intend to, and a stronger, like, how the mission is deeply rooted in serving these at risk for these populations at risk for displacement and cultural erasure. So that, according to the rubric, that's what I was looking for, more data and documentation. But the history of service and their cultural leadership, I gave that, highest scores. I really appreciated the strides being made to reach constituents in the disability community and neurodivergent participants. They're pretty extensive in the way that they talk about working, learn how they teach audio production skills, and specifically, they highlight their female vet community. And so I think that they are making great strides in accessibility, as well as in language barriers. They recognize that a high need for bilingual staff and working with translators and interpreters. They identify staff in specific programs that are educational being bilingual, and many of their program materials are in Spanish and Mandarin. So I appreciated the breadth and depth that they're taking in accessibility. And then finally, their budget does identify the artistic fees, kind of a similar situation to previous applicant, where understanding who their creative educational funds are going to would be really helpful. But as far as my math, they were enough folks who are being part of the education program are being served by this grant. And that concludes my comments.
Nice. Yeah, I agree. I think this application was overall very good. Let me see, just a couple of additional things. I know I had fun reading this one because I think it gave me a slightly different understanding of what Texas folklife was. And I think their focus on this community is deep and robust. I like that they have partnerships with the Texas School for the Blind, and that they have ASL and audio descriptions at their events. And I think it's noteworthy that they are entirely BIPOC and Latinx led, and that their executive staff are all women of color with long histories in Austin. And I think that it's very cool that they have their materials translated into Spanish and Mandarin. And it was great to read about their other culturally specific events having language translations into and from those languages, like German and the other specific things they mentioned for concerts and things like that. And then as far as data, like Nicole mentioned. I think for me that maybe was a little bit more clear because I'm just familiar with the schools that they mentioned as being majority, like those populations that they're trying to reach. But I agree that having that be more clear would be nice. But yeah, overall, I think it's a great application.
And any additional?
Overall, I thought it was a great organization, giving voice to the voiceless and helping preserve culture and history. Getting some marks across the board here. I did like that their executive director is both African American and Mexican descent, and several other leaders are South American. So, really good stuff.
All good. Okay. Cool.
All right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, well, if there are any more comments, that kind of concludes our panels for today. I do have a couple of remarks that I want to make really quickly.